Very good morning to everyone. We'll just recap what we have done yesterday. If you remember, we have discussed about understanding self and personality types. We also have talked about challenges of different personalities, which Dr. Gujral has taken. Then we talked about the role of conflict, where we discussed about different kinds of conflict that we experience, conflict with our own self and with others. Then we talk about all the strategies to manage the conflict and how to resolve all this conflict by accommodating, collaborating, and other 5 strategies. Then we also have talked about how to take best what we have and how to realize our own competencies and a potential that we have. Today, our session is going to talk about bringing unconscious bias, which will be taken by Dr. Jaya. Let me just give you a brief profile about Dr. Jaya. Dr. Jaya is presently working in Amity Business School in Amity University, Noida, as a professor in the area of OB and HR. Her major key roles including functioning, and she's also heading the Department of PhD at Amity Business School. Dr. Jaya has been taking various courses in different human resource management and also aligned his experiences with more than 20 years in academics. She has authored 2 books. She's also presented paper, national and international conferences. Apart from teaching experiments, Dr. Jaya has successfully conducted a lot of soft skill trainings with different corporate houses. She has been taking training with NTPC, OBC, IOCL, and many more. She has also been part of a special guidance team, and she has also added a lot of values in mentoring the students for corporate beginning. And she's also been talking about maintaining social and talking about health well-being of the students. So over to you, Dr. Jaya.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Dr. Jaideep. Thank you so much, Dr. Jaideep, and good morning, everyone. I hope it is good morning, everyone, across all the participants that we have today right now. Anybody out here who probably for them is not morning, probably can raise their hand and let us know what time of the day it is for them. Because I believe that we have participants connected from different parts of the world. So probably for somebody, this could be very, very early in the morning, and probably for someone, it could be a little of the later part of the day. Yes, for anybody who is, wherein it is not a morning yet, maybe we can have certain hands being raised up. Okay, so I think probably all of us are there early in the morning. That's wonderful. So I today move ahead with a very, very important topic, which focuses on the concept of, let me just give me a minute and I'll just see why why my slides are not moving ahead. Just a moment and then we proceed. Yes, so as I was talking about, yes, can we have a look at the next? Is my slide visible? Has it moved to the next slide?
Yes, it's visible.
The slide is visible. No, I'm moving to my next slide. Is it there?
No.
It's not there yet. Just give me a moment. I'll just check where the issue is coming. Just a moment.
Dr. Jaya, are you facing any difficulty?
I'm just seeing why my slide is not moving. Just a moment.
Sure.
Just a second. Just. I'm just checking why my slides is not moving.
I think I understood. So while you are sharing the slide, you are sharing the screen share mode. Now do screen share and you will be able to move your slide.
अच्छा,
अभी स्लाइड शो मोड पे डाल दो, वो नीचे है ना, वो फिर वो मूव होगी.
Why I'm just, no, but I can't put it on the slide share. Just a moment. I think I'll do it again.
No. You can do it from here only. There must be a slide share symbol. Let me check.
No, I am not getting that. This is so, just a moment. Why is it stop share and then I'll do it again?
Ma'am, in your left hand side, the symbols coming. Just click on there. In your left hand side.
No, yes. I just don't know why.
Ma'am, in left hand side, yeah. Now,
Yes,
here.
it's
Now
there.
it's coming.
Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you. I really got terrified why it's not working. Thank you so much. Am I now audible? And am I now, is my screen visible there?
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you so much now. Thank you so much. Sorry for the inconvenience. And now, so team, as we talk about today, we're going to take up on a very important topic, which talks about, a very important concept, which probably we are aware of, or, we may have never thought of. So before I proceed with it, before we proceed further and see and identify what is that topic, I would like to first, give a situation and see that how and what comes into your mind. So let's quickly move the next slide, and there it goes, and it says, over here, if you can see, it is a very, very, this is a situation which probably, this talks about a situation wherein it may not come to anyone's thing. So before I proceed, yes, I talk about and I say, a father and a son get into a car crash and are rushed to the hospital. The boy is taken to the operating room and the surgeon says, I can't operate on this boy because he is my son. How is this possible? Now, can I request any of the participants to tell us how come is it that how is this possible that the surgeon is saying whereas we have seen that the father and the son both have been admitted to the hospital because of the accident, but how come the surgeon is saying that this is my son, I can't do it? So can anybody answer to this question? So may I request the esteemed participants, any one of them, to open up their cameras. Initially, I would also like to say, please, it will be wonderful if we have a interaction with each other. And I would really like it if your camera is being switched on. I think we will have more understanding, we'll have more, clarity, and there'll be more connect. Yes, so I can now see Ms. Mamta has opened up her camera, Mr. Dipesh has opened up his camera. I request Mr. Victor, Ms. Thida to also open up their cameras, please. That'll be wonderful. We'll have more interactions happening. Yes, Mr. Jose, Ms. Noah. Yes, so if yes, Mr. Noah is there now. Mr. Jose, can I request you? Mr. Palisho, can we request you? Because I think we'll have more interaction. It'll be more easier to understand. Yes. So I'm still waiting for my answer to come. How is this possible that, the father and the son gets admitted and then over there, the surgeon says, I'm sorry, I'm not going to do it. He's my son. What comes to your mind? Yes, Ms. Thida, would you like to answer to this question? What comes to your mind when you're seeing this particular slide? Ms. Thida?
Yes, Doctor. I think the doctor worries about his son. Something went wrong, so he can operate his wife. Yes.
Okay, fine. That was a perspective added to it. Can I request Ms. Mamta? Okay, before I forget, Ms. Thida, where are you connected from?
I am from Myanmar.
From? I'm sorry, I missed on. I couldn't hear properly.
Myanmar. I am from Myanmar.
Okay, yes. That's wonderful, very nice. So this bright burn, this bright, very much bright sunny morning. I can see that light coming from your windows. Such a beautiful background that you have. Yes. Okay, Miss Mamta, where are you connected from?
I'm from Nepal.
Okay, you're from Nepal. Okay. So Ms. Mamta, what comes to your mind when you read this situation? Isn't it a little difficult one?
Yeah, it's because the father and son both are, the crashed in a car and then both admitted there. But how the that doctor saying that the victim, that the son is he,
Yes.
I'm get confused. There is a two person and they're saying the son person that. So there is a confusion. There is a confusion.
So true. So true. Yes, Ms. Mamta. Yes, Mr. Dipesh, where are you connected from? Mr. Dipesh? Are you able to hear me?
From Nepal.
Acha, you're also from Nepal. Okay. So Mr. Dipesh, what comes to your mind when you look at this particular slide?
Confusing.
It's confusing. Yes, so true. Absolutely. Yes. Mr. Than, can we have some answer coming up from you? Probably the camera, if the camera can be a little put across that we can have a full view of your face. Absolutely. That's wonderful. Yes. Yes, Mr. Than.
Yes, I am from Myanmar also.
Okay. Yaman. Okay, that's great. So, Mr. Than, what comes to your mind when you're looking at this particular situation? Because I would like to open up my topic through this particular situation, through understanding this situation. So how is it possible, at one point of time, we are saying the father and the son have got admitted, and then the surgeon says that he is my son. How I cannot, operate on this boy. Isn't this a little difficult situation? We're not able to understand this riddle. I would like to hear from Mr. Noah and Mr. Palaciot also that what comes to your mind. But before we proceed, I would like to hear, where have you connected from, Mr. Noah?
Yes, I'm connecting from Maputo, Mozambique.
Okay, that's wonderful.
Mozambique is in Africa.
In Africa, absolutely, absolutely. My basic schooling has also been in Africa, in Nigeria, if you can.
Oh, nice.
Yes, in Lagos.
Okay.
We have Mr. Muhammad also joining us. Mr. Muhammad, where have you joined from? We can't hear you. We can't hear you.
Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning. Yes, good morning.
It's 6 o'clock here.
Oh, early morning, 6 o'clock. So you connected from which part of the world?
Tunisia, North of Africa.
North of Africa. Okay.
Near Algeria.
Okay, that's wonderful. Very nice. Welcome to this session. Before we proceed, of course, a hearty welcome to all the esteemed participants on this particular topic. Mr. Palacio, have I pronounced your name rightly? Have I said it rightly? Pronounced it rightly, Mr. Palacio?
Didn't I understand the big question? Yeah.
Okay. So, yes, which part of the country have you joined from? Which part of the world?
Okay. From Mozambique.
From?
Mozambique.
Okay. That's wonderful.
Africa.
Africa, yes. So, Mr. Palacio, what comes to your mind when you look at this particular situation? What is there?
It is emotional management. So
emotional management, absolutely.
Yes, because the father can't operate the son.
Okay.
Yeah,
but my question comes out to be that how can there be two people at the same time? The father is there, he's got admitted as a patient, but how come the surgeon is saying that I'm not going to operate, he's my son? This becomes a little confusing. How come two people at different places, one as a patient, one as a surgeon? How is it possible? Now, this is what I would like to begin my topic with.
Good morning, Dr. Haya.
Oh, good morning. How are you? And where have you connected from? Miss Andrea.
Hello, yes. I'm from Peru. I'm connecting from Peru. And it's almost 1 in the morning here.
It is almost 1 in the morning.
Yes.
Oh,
yes.
Wow. Okay. Then I must be very, very thankful to you that you're getting up early, very early in the morning to connect with us, to be a part of this, this session. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So wonderful.
I would like to
connecting with
share
you.
my reflect on this question.
Yes.
And I'm thinking it's the same person. I mean, the father and the surgeon is the same person. When he gets into the room, into the operating room, maybe he thinks he can operate, but then he realizes that he can because he's his son. I'm thinking that.
Okay. So you feel they are the same person, and then probably he has entered into the hospital as a patient, but then being a surgeon, he says, I want to operate. So that comes to your mind. So both of them are the same. That is what,
Yes.
Miss Anthea, you would like to say?
Yes, I'm thinking that.
Okay. So now let's see what this situation is all about. Now, this is something which we will probably, we have missed upon, and this is where my topic begins from. I would say in this whole slide, where has it written that, the surgeon is the father? The surgeon could be the mother also. And that is the unconditional biasness is the topic that we will be talking about. Absolutely. See, this is there in our mind that when it is a surgeon, unconditional biasness comes to our mind that it's going to be the father. Yes?
Very true,
But
very
actually-
true, very true.
Yes. So
yeah,
this is
it
what we're talking
sounds
about.
like it's a male.
Surgeon could be a mother, not only.
Exactly. This is what, we have missed upon. Why did we think that the surgeon can only be the father? And why not the mother? Because when the person is saying, surgeon is saying, he's my son. So the mother can say the same lines. So why we did not think that the surgeon can be the mother?
No, they had the picture. This is the picture of the male doctor. That's why that comes in mind.
So that was deliberately been put across to see.
Oh my God.
We
I
paid more
focused
attention.
the picture. That's
You must have looked at the picture and then.
yeah.
So I hope everybody has understood what we are talking about. What is the topic that today we shall talk about is the unconditional biasness that we have in our mind most of the time. And what happens? This biasness does not let us look at the picture correctly, but then we see the reality as per what we want to see. So taking this forward, taking this concept of unconditional biasness. So when I'm saying unconditional, which means it is already there in the mind. It is already pre-assumption. Like as we talk about, suppose let's take another situation. We are going down the road and suddenly we see that somebody is not driving correctly on the road. So probably we feel that the person who is ahead of us is not driving correctly. The driver is driving rationally. So what may come to your mind? If you're on the road, suddenly you see a car not driving correctly, what might flash in your mind? I would like some answers coming up. Mr. Noah, Miss Andrea, let's hear from you. What could be the answers coming across? What will flash in your mind?
I think usually people think it's a woman.
Absolutely.
Because women
Yes.
drive wrong.
Generally, people will say, Miss Andrea, you're so correct. And this is, this is just not in any country, but it is, I think, across the world. We have this kind of an unconditional biasness in most of the people's head, I would say. And why only the males? I would say probably it is in the female also. Probably if I'm driving on the road, maybe I may feel that the person who's not driving correctly it probably could be a woman driver. Again, this is an example of unconditional biasness where we don't look into the reality, where we very quickly make assumptions. Very quickly, we make judgments. And this judgment is based upon what is there in our mind always. So when I talk about unconditional biasness, right, what happens? What is when we have this kind, and this is, this is not deliberate. It is absolutely, it could be totally, undeliberate. it will just flash in your mind, like the way we just saw it right now situation. It just flashed in our mind that the surgeon is going to be the father. The surgeon is always the male. Right. So generally, like we take an example of professional biasness. If we come to know, generally when we're flying in an aeroplane, what do we assume? Who is going to be the pilot? In most cases. Yes or no, Mr. Muhammad, whenever you're
Yes.
flying, whenever you're
Yes.
flying,
Yes.
yes.
Whenever I fly,
Yeah, whenever
usually
you are flying, what comes to mind? The pilot must be
Male.
a man.
a male. Yes. So that is again an example of unconditional biasness. And then we are surprised, and then we probably feel very amused, and then we probably the cockpit opening out and a lady pilot is coming out, and then we get surprised that, oh, I was thinking that the pilot was a male. Yes. Generally what happens in when we talk about the best of cooks, professional cooks, we generally feel cooking is women do cooking. But then we have seen how males have become to be better, more chefs than the female. So there's so much of, unconditioning already there in our minds. And this is what unconditional biasness. Yes.
Unconditional biasness.
Unconditional biasness. Yes. It is a biasness, and which is a totally unconditional, because we just look at the situation and then we just give our judgment without giving a thought to it, without taking it further, without further more observation. So whenever we see a similar situation, we just immediately take an assumption, because we believed that this is. So this is what I was talking about. The topic that we're going to talk today, this interactive session, is going to be on breaking this unconscious biasness. Now, before we proceed and we talk more about it, I would like to ask, why is it necessary to break this unconditional biasness? Let it go on, let it happen. It will make more life easier for us. Why is it necessary to break it? I would like to ask from all the esteemed participants out here. So can I request Ms. Thida to please give your perspective. Why do we need to break this unconscious biasness? Ms. Thida, I would like to answer this question. I hope my voice is clear. I think Ms. Thida is facing some issue, probably is not able to, I cannot make myself audible. So Mr. Palacio, would you like to answer this question? Mr. Palacio, why is it necessary to break this unconsciousness bias?
Trying to understand here. So
yes, why is it necessary? We can probably go on like this. Let these assumptions be there in our mind. Life will be more easily. We can very quickly make judgments. We can very quickly, assume things and we proceed. Why is it important to, move ahead? Why is it important to break this unconscious mind? This unconscious biasness.
Professor?
Yes.
I think Mohammed has his hand raised.
Because it is what?
Andrea.
Mohammed has his hand raised.
Okay. Actually, yes, you're right, but it is important.
Professor.
Yes.
For me, breaking biasness.
Yes.
It's important.
Why is it necessary? Sorry?
Objective judgment.
Yes. What is it necessary? Why is it necessary to break it? That is my simple question.
Yes, in order to have objective judgment.
Okay.
To think broad.
To think broad, to have an objective. Very nice. Very nice, Mr. Muhammad. Very nice, Ms. Mamta. Absolutely. Is so that you get a bigger picture, you get to come to know the reality. You do not look at the world the way you want to see it. You actually see the reality rather than making assumptions very quickly, making assumptions very fastly. So,
And
keeping-
Professor, if I may, I think it's to make better decisions, like just as Mohammed said, very objective and assertive decisions.
Wonderful, absolutely, absolutely, very right. So this talks about to see the reality, to make correct judgments, so that we have the right way of looking at situations. Or else what will happen? If we continue with this unconscious biasness, we will have skewed judgments. We may not look at reality, and maybe we may lose on relationships because we don't know the exact reality. So we may lose on relationships, we may lose on business. Life, which I mean, will not be up to the best. Our performance may probably hinder. It may affect our performance. It may affect our relationship. If we do not look at people, if we do not assess people rightly. So somewhere down the line, if we are wrong, obviously our behavior will also tend to be wrong. And business, so networking is all about business. Business is all about connecting people. So in case, if we do not take things rightly, probably we may end up, losing on a very important relationship just because of this unconditional biasness. It can lead to breaking up of a relationship. It can lead to breaking up of a business deal. It can lead to termination of maybe an event on a relationship. So this can have a very, very fatal consequences if we do not break this unconscious biasness they're playing in our mind. So in the next now 45 minutes, we will be talking about what is this concept? Where does it originate from? Right, where does it affect? So where does it begin from? And where does it impact? Now, if we break it, what will happen? We will be able to look at situation correctly, is what we try to aim at. And of course, on this particular topic, we will see that how it moves ahead. So I take this ahead and then I talk about, so what is the unconsciousness biasness? These are the learned assumptions, which means we have already assumed certain things in our mind. We've already assumed it. So it is there, which is not necessarily we are aware. Maybe, we may not even think that there is an unconditional bias in my mind, and then it is reflecting in my behavior. And this is talking about. So although biasness is a normal part of a human brain, which reinforces stereotypes, but then we need to know about what the different types of biasness. We should be knowing that yes, it happens. And then when we talk about how they, what all that we can do to avoid them. So we will see about how to avoid them. This will be taken up in the next session by my very esteemed colleague, Dr. Anshu Singh. But let's first talk about that. Where does it impact upon? So there it goes. And then we talk about, so let's look at the context of how it begins, how it originates, how it takes place. So before I proceed, let's have some more examples and then we see. So I take up a situation which says that, let me just read this statement, and it says, making a statement, like when I look at you, so before I proceed, let me just quickly take this, yes. So it says, when I look at you, I forget all the colors. Now with this kind of a statement coming up, right, what kind of, do you see any biasness in this kind of a situation? Wherein we're talking about skin color, we're talking about the color of the person. What happens? We generally tend to see, maybe it may happen that we may tend to talk about and see that how it begins. This may flash to anybody's mind, wherein the skin of a person's color has an impact on our judgment. And at times, yes, this is called as racial biasness. Right? It is again, it may be deeply rooted in our minds. We need to understand that and try to see that how do we tend to remove upon it. And taking this forward, I take up another situation wherein it talks about that asking everyone to contribute. Suppose, like, let's say an example, maybe in your organization, probably it's your CEO's birthday. And then we decide, and then, you know, probably one of the team members decides that all of us are going to contribute maybe, you know, a good amount of money to buy a gift. Now, what happens with this? This is assumed that everybody has the capacity to pay that amount. And this may at times talk about, right? This is something which may talk about. So, and in this way, what happens ultimately? What will happen? What kind of biasness do you see out here, wherein you are assuming that everybody can pay the same amount? And maybe you may have some colleagues working who may be facing a little financial crisis, and maybe paying them and contributing a big amount may not be very, very easy for them. So what is this biasness called as? Financial biasness, right? Wherein we think that if I can pay, everyone can pay. Or probably I feel if I am not able to pay, nobody can pay. So you generalize this thinking to everybody around you. And with this, what happens? Maybe you may tend to have a little start, you know, a little friction in the relationship. Right. So this is something which we know. So I can see the first one, the biasness, the first kind of biasness we saw in the first situation is racial biasness, where times we have it in our mind. The second could be talking about the financial biasness. I hope these two situations is clear to everyone. Yes. Doesn't it happen at times? You think if I can go and buy it, if I can buy, why not other can buy? Can I request Mr. Victor? Mr. Victor, can we have you on the camera, please? And I hope that you've been able to understand this, the second situation that I'm talking about. Mr. Victor, Mr. Palicio, Ms. Thida, I hope my words are clear to everyone. Yes, Mr. Sebastian, Mr. Ripperhell, Ms. Helda, Mr. Nitesh.
Yes, very clear, Professor. Very
Yes.
clear.
Okay. So it'll be wonderful if we can have you on the camera as well. It'll be so nice connecting. When we look at each other, we have more warm feeling. I think the connect is more higher. If I can request everyone in the team, everyone in the room to please open up their cameras. Our involvement will definitely be more higher. Okay, so now so we saw two different kind of biasness. Let's move to the third one, and then we see the third biasness turns out to be, let's see, the third one says, yes, assuming an older person who has a good number of years, probably if he comes and he applies in an organization, we may feel that he's too qualified. Why should we be hiring him? Why not let's hire somebody who's younger, somebody probably who is lesser in age. So maybe we may not like to hire somebody who is a little higher on the age part. Now, again, this is a biasness in the mind. What kind of biasness are we looking at when we are looking at somebody from his age perspective? Yes. Suppose, like a simple example, maybe you have a certain vacancy in your organization. Maybe you have received, you've received maybe 20 applications for them, and then you are going through each of the applications. And one of the application is a person who is 58 years old and is applied for your organization. So maybe with the moment you see, oh, how old is he? 58. Oh, he's too old for our organization. He's too old for this job. Probably he's more qualified for this job. Yes, it may flash in our mind when we look at the age perspective. Yes, Mr. Dipesh, will it not flash in your mind?
Yes.
Yes, na? Yes, absolutely. So what kind of biasness is there in the mind? What kind of biases do you see when you are short screening people on the basis of their, of their age? Yes. Exactly. Now over here we see the age becomes the biasness. So we have a biasness called as age biasness. So if we see somebody young, like let's say an example, you go into a classroom and you're expecting some elderly professor to come and teach. And then probably somebody very young enters into the class. It may be difficult to assume that he or she is a professor. And you might feel that, and then you might feel that he or she is another student. Why? Because we have a bias in our mind that the professor will be an elderly person. Now that's an age biasness that we have. Why not young people can become professors? Yes. So this is what we talk about. If there's somebody driving a bus, you sit in a bus, you sit in a local transport, you're traveling. The first thing in your mind, if somebody asks you about the bus driver or you think about the bus driver, will probably be that is a male driver. So a female driving a bus, a female driving, driving the train, probably may not flash in our mind. And that's called as a gender biasness. So when we see research, there's more than 20 kind of biasness that we have in our mind, which we may be aware of, we may not be aware of. But after this particular session, I think all of us should be aware that each one of us has some or all of these biasness in our minds. It is there right from our childhood. It's there ingrained. What creates? Can anybody tell me how come these biases are being created? Where does it come in the mind from? Yes, would love to have some examples coming up, some reasons coming up. Mr. Muhammad, you would like to answer this question?
Yes, from the society,
Absolutely, from the society, from the learning, from the experiences that we've had over the years. Yes. So probably if probably somebody is 25 years old, I would say he or she has a mindset of 25 years old. And this biasness could be right there from the beginning. It comes from the society, it comes from home, it comes from the school, it could come in us through our friends.
Yes. Professor.
Yes.
For the age biasness.
Yes.
For this example, that means that we think that experience is reserved for old men.
Yes, we tend to feel that, at times there are many people, may not have this biases and they will say, wow, this person is higher on age, which means is very, very experienced. We may have this kind of, experience coming up, that he's too experienced. And then, but there could be some people having biases and saying, oh, probably he's very old. We don't want such old people in the organization. They're very rigid. They don't accept changes very fast. So age biasness could be positive in the mind. Age biasness could be negative in the mind. Some people, for them, old is gold. You will feel, that you learn a lot from the people who are elderly, who are old. But then maybe somewhere in the mind, people could think that no, if a person is growing old, means the person is getting lower in performance. So age has its own biasness, unconditional biasness. So similarly, I take up another situation quickly and we proceed further, and then we see that, yes, another one. So repeatedly designating a female employee, probably, for a meeting, we might feel that only so, you are in a meeting and you're always giving it to a female team member that you have to note down the MOMs, the meetings, the the minutes of the meeting. Why? Because we feel administrative jobs are mainly reserved for the ladies. So ladies are low in technical ability, but high on administrative ability. Again, this is an unconditional biasness. Yes, whenever we talk about CEOs, so we tend to feel the CEO will generally be a male CEO. It's difficult to say that, no, I have to first think that a CEO could be a lady CEO. Why? Because then we have gender biasness in our mind. Now, these are various biasness, which is already framed, it's already there in our mind. And the moment we look at the situation, we immediately give a conclusion to it. We immediately give an answer to it, an assumption to it. So now let's quickly see what is the origin behind, what is the reasons behind, what is the thought behind, how come it comes across. Okay, now before I proceed, I am showing this photograph. Can we all see this photograph out here? There's a picture reflecting on your screen.
Yes, Professor.
Yes. So how many colors are reflecting there? Can we count the number of colors of, circles that we can visualize here?
Now the color.
Yes. I think how many colors we can see, if probably somebody could say, probably we're having 2 colors of circle.
I think 4 colors.
Yes, 4 colors. So Miss Andrea says 4 colors. What does Miss Mamta say? Miss Mamta?
Yes, yes,
colors?
Professor.
How many colors can you see on
Yeah.
the screen?
Yeah, I'm just observing that, due to the lining of this core color affecting the, the circle color,
Okay. Yes. So let's see how many colors. So by the time Miss Mamta is working on it, can we request Mr. Sebastian to tell us how many colors can you see on the screen? I can request Mr. Nitesh also. Miss Tida, if you can also tell us how many colors are there on the screen.
I think 5.
Five colors. Okay, Mr. Sebastian, what comes to your mind? How many colors do you see on the screen?
I think 5.
5. Okay, fine. I'll take up another picture. So let's see. So some of us say 4, some of us say 5, but let's quickly just see. Again, there's a picture out there. And we can see, what are different colors? Which photo is the darkest of all? We can see black, ambiguous, white. How many out of these 3 photographs, which photo do you seems to be the darkest of all or the lightest of all? Yes.
The white.
Yes.
The darkest is the white picture.
I'm sorry, I could not hear what you're saying.
The darkest picture is the white.
The white. The white is the darkest.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Mr. Muhammad says the white is the darkest.
When it comes in mind that the black, and then we think that it is the darkest one. In our mind, in our assumption,
In our mind,
but the photo is the black and white. It's very, you cannot assume that the black one is the darkest one or what.
So what happens, what we see when we hear something, then we start thinking it in that direction when we read it.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay. Why? Because it is written out there. We have to identify which is the darkest. So our mind starts working, finding out which is dark. So probably when we read black, we think that this is black. Yes. And Mr. Muhammad, after reading white, probably he's finding that to be the darkest. So see how the mind is working.
The picture, it seems that the color of the white picture is more darkness than the other, but the same when I look to the picture, perhaps the same.
Absolutely, absolutely. Well said, Mr. Muhammad. Well said. We can see now the colors are actually, the faces are actually of the same color. But our mind, because it was written that we have to see which is the darkest, so our mind has got biased that we have to now see which is the darkest. Now, this is the unconditional mind. This is the unconditional biasness. That the moment we read, accordingly, we just quickly take an action. And the same thing applied over in the last slide also. If I go across, if I look at this, Miss Mamta, you were very, very close to the answer. In fact, you said it rightly also, that you were trying to look at the colors because the rows were having a reflection on it.
Yeah.
And actually, you'll see there were no 4 colors, there were no 5 colors. They are of the same color. All the balls are of same color. The circles are of same color. But it is that reflection which is falling there makes us think that they are of different colors. This is the unconditional biasness. The moment we start reading, we don't look at the reality. Then we start looking at what we want to see. And this is how we look at life. This is how.
The same color for real?
Yes, Miss Andrea, you're saying something? Your voice is a little getting shaken.
Doctor, yes. Yeah, I was thinking about it being the same color. Like, for real?
Actually, when we see they're of the same color, yes. It is the color reflection which is falling there, is making it give it a different color. So I was asking, what is the color of the circle? So what happens out here is that the reality of life was that all the circles are of same color. Similarly, when I'm asking for this face out here, all the faces have the same shade. There is no darker out here. There is no whiter out here. But it was because our mind got unconditionally biased that we have to identify which is the darkest. And this is what we do in real life. We look at what we want to see. We do not see the reality in most of the cases. And that is why we do not get the true picture. We do not get the reality. We do not look at the reality. So when we don't look at the reality, our behavior is not the best behavior. Our behavior becomes the skewed behavior. And then we realize and start feeling, I was right. What happened? I didn't say anything wrong. What did I do? I was right in my way. And suddenly you feel the relationship is not working well. It's because probably there was some unconditional bias which reflected in my behavior. And that was the reason I tell. So see, these are the various stereotypes that is there in our mind, or, already it is there. We have already classified what is pretty in our mind. So the moment we look at somebody, for someone, maybe it may happen that, somebody could be very pretty. But for someone, that person. So if I take the example, how many of you watch Indian Bollywood movies? How many of us? Indian Bollywood movies, how many of us watch? I can see Miss Mamta raising hand. Any one of us? Do we watch Indian Bollywood movies? Okay, for that sake, I see out here, and then we talk about. So why I'm taking up this example is because I'm saying that maybe one actress could be very beautiful for me, may not be very attractive for you.
Bahubali.
Yes? Yes, Mr. Sebastian?
The movie Bahubali.
Bahubali, okay, that's wonderful. Yes, Anushka Shetty, that South Indian actress.
Part 1 and part 2.
So yes, she looks very beautiful, but maybe there may be some of us out here who may not find her to be very beautiful, very pretty. All of us have different, we have different assumptions in our mind. Maybe for someone, they say, no, my mother is the most beautiful person in this world. So that's an assumption. So they may, for them, maybe it could happen that they do not find any other person as beautiful as the mother. But for somebody, maybe, as Mr. Sebastian said, Anushka Shetty could be the most beautiful lady in the world. So we already have unconditional biasness. We know, so we can see that the dark, the long, the thin, the wide, the short, these are all different descriptions. These are different stereotypes, which is already framed in our mind. We just, when we look at somebody, we put into that category. So this is something which we have done. And then what we see, we bring this, we take this unconditional biasness to our workplace as well. Yes, we have this unconditional biasness. Like maybe one unconditional biasness could be all those people who are wearing spectacles, who are wearing glasses, could be very learned people. At times, some of us may carry this, this unconditional biasness. Somebody who's wearing glasses is very, very studious, is very learned. Maybe that could be there in the mind. So we see, as we proceed further, we see that how this tends to, it tends to flow in the mind, and then it gets biasness. So now over here, we would like to talk about something that's very important. This unconditional mind is within the self. So we all have different kinds of unconditional biasness in our minds. And then when we look at others, when we interact with others, when we deal with others, this unconditional impacts others as well. So this is something that we need to understand about. And this unconditional biasness affects our workplace also. And that is the reason why we have to see that we are we are vigilant about it. We know about, we should be knowing that yes, it happens, and we should be aware about it. So we need to understand this fact that this unconditional biases is just not with me. Because it is in my mind, it will affect others, whomsoever I'm dealing with. It will affect the workplace that I am dealing with, that I am working in. So all this will have an impact. And we have to understand from this perspective as well. So can we have some examples coming up where the unconditional biasness is reflected on others? Yes, any example? Let's have some examples coming up now. And I would want the audience, I would want the participants to give them. So have you ever felt a situation wherein now when you look at that unconditional biasness in your mind and it has affected the other person? Yes, just think about it. We take few seconds just to go back into a memory lane, and then let's have some experience flowing from the participants as well. I will now be requested few of us to quickly share their experience. Mr. Khan, would you like to share any of your unconditional biasness, which you realize, yes, you have it, and it has affected others too?
Yes.
Yes.
Mostly people define anyone who forced who get into the jail once, and after that, other people see they have no chance to reform. Always see he or she is prisoner.
Okay.
One time they make faults. Whenever they do any other better than any other better, other don't see like the real situation. They see as ever always make faults. They see to. They look like a person, like a person who will always make mistakes.
Absolutely.
This is their unconditional bias. One time they make something mistake. They think he always make something like this, like mistake always. I think so.
Absolutely. Very, very well said, Mr. Thani. You have very well said, given an example. And I think almost each one of us may be facing it in their lives as well, at the workplace, maybe sometime or the other. Absolutely. Very well said. Yes. So now can I request some more people to answer to this, share their experience of unconditional biasness flowing on to others as well? Mr. Muhammad, would you like to give an answer to this? Any such situation wherein you felt it and then it has impacted others as well?
Professor, I am trying to remember some situation when perhaps in our life we have many experience about this situation. Sometimes we have bias about someone who is not sociable, or he is not a good man. But when we try to contact him and or work with him, we find that he's he has a human side very developed, and he's a good man.
Absolutely, very, very well said. Very right. And then yes, this is something.
Perhaps, Professor, what we experience in our society, for example, in Tunisia, before it seems that our country is not is democratic, but before 2011, before the revolution, the famous revolution, Tunisian revolution. We have only one president. We haven't even if we have election, but it's not democratic election right now.
So true.
But what we have in mind that this president is the only president, and he's the man, the best man in the world. But now it changes the bias, perhaps the democratic bias.
So true. Yes, yes.
It's changing.
Yes. That's thank you for sharing this thing. Yes, absolutely. It may fall to anybody's mind. Yes, so true. Yes. So we have had this wonderful two examples by Mr. Khan, Mr. Muhammad, and then we can see that how this unconditional biasness can flow down and it will affect others, because it will just not stay with us. We are in the society, we are living, we're interacting, we discuss, we're always in interaction with people around us. So this is this is bound to happen, that the unconditional biasness will flow to the other thing. Okay, so now when I talk about, think about a time when you were, given an assignment. I would want everybody to go back to their memory lane and, think about any assignment that earlier you had not done it. And then you were given something new, some new assignment, some new project were handed over to you. You were being assigned to it. So my question says, what was the initial thought about it? Because it was given to you for the first time. This was first time you were doing it. So what came to your mind? Yes, can I request other participant members to also give their perspective? Mr. Victor, we've not heard from you. Mr. Victor? Mr. Noah, can we hear from you as well? You have been given some new assignment in the organization. How do you feel? What is the first impression that comes to your mind? What is the first initial thoughts that come to your mind? I think no response coming from there. Mr. Nitesh Patel, can we have some answers coming from you as well? Mr. Helder? It will be lovely to have some responses coming from the participants.
Doctor, can I share my thoughts?
Absolutely, please. Yes,
Yeah.
yes, it's wonderful to listen. Yes, please.
Yeah, recently in the university that I work for, we have a program for bachelors to get their degree. Right?
Okay, wonderful.
This is a new program that we are implementing at the school, and there was no software to manage the people. The program was very messy, very disorganized, and when the boss said who wants to lead this program, I raise my hand because in my case, I see this type or this kind of projects, challenging projects,
Okay.
as excuse me, as an opportunity to, you know, to show myself, to show my abilities, to make other people know that this can be done, you know, and can be done, but can be done in a very good way, very excellent way. So this is in my case, you know, I try to, you know, to grab every opportunity.
Wonderful.
To
So very nice. Wonderful. That's so nice that you have a very, very progressive, I would say, mindset. And you're so keen. Yes, that's so wonderful to hear from you. Very wonderful example. Yes. Mr. Noah, what was your thought whenever you were given something new, a new assignment in your organization? So what was the initial thought that came to your mind?
I think for everyone, it appears that we feel unsure if we will.
Yes.
Yes.
A lot of apprehensions in the mind.
Yes. If we will succeed to take care of all the challenge there.
Absolutely, absolutely.
But it's normal fear.
That's a normal, absolutely, very normal, very normal. So whenever you get something new, there's always some apprehensions in the mind. How will I be able to take it ahead? Will I be successful? Will I not be? So very, very normal. Absolutely. Very well said, Mr. Noah. Okay, so my next question says, what was that belief that was stopping you? What belief stopped you from succeeding? You know, at times we think, whether will I be able to do it? So when we have questions in our mind, what is that belief that is stopping us? Yes.
It's a little bit difficult to say, but normally I believe that I will succeed, even with the challenge.
Okay,
always,
that's wonderful.
Always I believe that I will succeed.
You will succeed. Wonderful, very nice. Yes. So you have the belief that will help you, that I'm confident. I have a lot of, I know I have knowledge. I have the right confidence with me. I know I'll be able to succeed. So that strong value system that you have for yourself, that helps you to succeed. Yes, but at times we may have, you know, so it depends from person to person, you know. So for somebody, the negative beliefs may be more, and the person may feel unsure of whether I'll be able to do it or not. But for few people, probably their value system could be very strong, and they just say, no, so what? Something new, that's very nice. It's going to be exciting. It's going to be adventurous. It's going to be different than what I've been doing. So probably they feel very happy about it. They look forward for different challenges. So, you know, so it all depends from person to person. Absolutely. So when we put it across together, let's see. So between our belief system and the ability to do it, we can see out here, I hope my cursor is visible on the screen, this common area between my belief, my ability, we have the self-biasness. We have biasness amongst ourselves. So that is the common factor between my belief system, my ability. And then that common focuses upon the self-biasness that I have. So maybe I may have a positive self-biasness. I may have some negative self-biasness that I may not be able to do it. You know, I don't have that confidence. If somebody tells me, probably okay. But if somebody may not tell me, I think Mr. Sparsten, you have raised your hand. Would you like to answer to this question? You would like to add on to what I'm saying?
Sorry, I didn't
lower it down.
It was from the previous question.
Okay, not a problem, not a problem. But I hope everybody can see this self-biasness. Where does it come from? It comes from our belief system, It comes from our ability to do. So that's a common thing. And our self-belief, self-biasness, right? So over here, we may be very, we may have a positive self-biasness, we may have a negative self-biasness. So, this is wherein we have to see that we have a positive, we have the thought process of that, yes, I will try it. I will try to see that how do I do it? This is something different. This is something could be very different than what I've been doing up till now. So taking it forward, I say, think of a colleague at work whom you like. You may be working with so many people, but just go down your memory lane. Is there anybody that you like working with in the organization? And why do you like that person?
Professor.
Yes.
Usually, bias is negative. Well, there is a usually biasness in the negative side. You say that there is positive biasness. For example, can you give us an example?
Example could talk about that maybe you love yourself very well. So what will happen? You'll always feel that you can take up any challenge. Anything is given to you, you'll be able to handle it. You have so much of confidence on yourself, and then you bias towards yourself. And that's a very positive sign. I think that should be there. That you have knowledge, you have the capabilities, you have the the common sense, you have the wisdom. You'll be able to handle all kind of situations.
Okay.
Yes, that should be there. Absolutely.
Trust of the self.
Absolutely. Yes. So, but it needs to work upon yourself. It will not come on its own. You need to, we need to be, I would say in that case, have a lot of exposure, read a lot, keep yourself updated, update your skill sets from time to time. And then you see, you're very confident in all kind of situations. So I think, why do we have, at times, why do we have that unsurety? Is because somewhere down the line, probably the confidence may be a little less. And why the confidence is less is probably a lack of information. So if we keep ourselves updated in all times, probably example is maybe listening to news every day, reading newspapers every day, keeping an eye, keeping an understanding what's happening around us, updating on that, we tend to see that we can handle all kind of situations. The problem comes is lack of information. So I take up this question now. If you look at your colleagues, yes, I think we'll quickly just wrap up this session, because I think I have I'm moving a little beyond time. So quickly I wrap it up and I say that if you just remember who are the colleagues that you like and who are the colleagues that you don't like. What is that in them that you don't like? What is that factor in them that you don't like? So can we remember any colleague? Of course, you don't need to mention the name, but I'm sure all of us have our liking and dislikings. So if you like someone, what could be the reason behind? Maybe you are biased towards the person. If you dislike somebody, again, you have to identify what is the reason that makes me not like the person. Try to see the reason. Hope the unconditional biasness is not the reason. So we need to, keep on asking questions to ourselves so that we look at the situation currently. So now let's quickly take an axis, and I take up two axes. Yes.
Dr. Jaya.
Yes.
After this axis, can we take a break?
Yes, absolutely. I'm just closing my session in the next 2 minutes now by showing this particular, flow chart.
Sure.
So now when I see, thank you, Divya. We'll just another 2 minutes, ma'am, closing. So I was just quickly looking at, and then I just see that, we can put people into this frame and talking about that all those colleagues whom we may feel are cold in their approach and who are a little incompetent as per your understanding, probably could be content. It could be contempt. So these are the feelings that might arise in your mind when you place people accordingly. So those people whom you feel they are warm, right? They are competent. So you can see people placing people in different groups out here. So now we can talk about admiring is all those colleagues whom you feel they are warm in their approach, they're competent in their work. You'll tend to see that you have generated the feeling of you're admiring them because of the two very positive reasons, that they're competent, they're warm in their behavior. So as we talked about summarizing what we have done today, keeping it across, I talk about and I say, so finally, what we have learned out of in this whole session now. So what is that one learning that you've taken today from this particular session that we've just conducted? Identifying that there are a number of unconditional biasness there in our mind, which may affect in the workplace, which may affect our lives, which may affect in looking at the reality. Yes, everyone. I think this one learning all of us are taking today. Yes. So we always have to. So next time when you hear about a surgeon, it could be a male, it could be a female. Yes, absolutely. And then when we talk about, so we have different kind of biasness as we spoke about. Okay, thank you so much, everyone. Thank you so much for your interactive session. And I quickly take a break over here. We will have a few minutes of break, and then we have a very, very interesting session which comes across by Dr. Anshu Singh, and she will take this forward, that how do we manage the unconditional biasness at workplace, and how do we see that we try to avoid it. Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you so much. It was such a pleasure being with you all. Thank you.
Very interesting.
Thank you, Doc.
Course.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr.
Thank you, Dr. Jaya. Thank you for insightful session.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Divya. Thank you. It was so wonderful being with them today.
Yes. Now we resume back by 12:25 IST. Okay. So let's grab a cup of coffee, tea, and join back.
The break, 10 minutes, Divya. Good morning.
Okay. You want a 10 minutes break?
If you like.
Sure. We can resume back by 12:27. We can have a 10 minutes break.
Thank you, Divya. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Okay. Mobin. We check. Victor. You wanted to try your settings, right?
Miss Divya, can we now? I think I've unshared my screen. Is it still visible there?
No, it isn't.
It's not there visible, Hannah?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Welcome. Arvind, IT host. Welcome back, everyone. Hello. I think you're mute. You have to unmute.
Am I audible now?
Yeah, you are.
Thank you. So, because we are starting late, how much time I have now? What time you want me to wrap up?
1:15. You have another time, but 1:15 we need to.
Okay, thank you. Should I try to share my slide?
Yeah. It's all to you now.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon, Dr. Anshu.
It was a wonderful session, ma'am. It was a wonderful, wonderful session. Hope the bar that you have set, I'll somehow maintain that bar.
Oh,
that
no, I'm going to really learn a lot from you. Your session is going to be all the more, I would say interesting, because now the topic that you're going to talk about is actually so much correlated at the workplace.
Absolutely, ma'am. We'll try my best, ma'am, and I hope that I'll meet your expectation and expectation of participants also. I'm
You've always
unable
been doing it.
Ji, ma'am. I'm unable to share my screen, Divya.
You're not able to share your screen. Try again.
It is showing, okay, multiple participants can share. So should I choose that one?
No, you just click on share screen, green one.
Okay.
And then you select whatever you wanted to share.
Okay.
You are fine.
Okay.
So Divya, before Dr. Anshu begins, I would like to introduce Dr. Anshu to our August gathering out here. So they would come to know that how dynamic Dr. Anshu is and the wonderful training program that she's conducted. So can we begin? I would like to first introduce Dr. Anshu, and then Dr. Anshu can take over. Is Dr. Anshu your, yes, there it is. It's there now on the screen.
You just need to put it in slideshow mode. That's it will happen.
But one thing I'm missing here is that I'm unable to see the participants and
Yeah. So that is actually the functionality of the Zoom. We can't help in it.
okay. I don't know what happened. My screen got hanged.
Not a problem. Yes.
Yeah. Go ahead.
I'm unable to move my cursor.
No, you can do one thing. It is on the left-hand side. Bottom left-hand side, you can see 2 arrows.
No, but that is when you are in slideshow mode. She's not yet in slideshow mode.
Oh, yes, that's right.
Yeah. So I am requesting the remote control. You share it with me. Okay, now let me put your screen to slideshow.
Yeah,
there it is. Absolutely.
But again, I'm unable to move my cursor. What happened?
No, can you see it on the left-hand side of your screen?
Okay, I can use, but yes, I won't be able to see any participant.
That is going to be an issue for any speaker. You'll be only able to see 3 to 4 participants.
Actually. Yes.
Okay, I'll give up the remote control. I hope you are able to navigate now.
Not yet, Divya.
Try to shift to other slides so we know.
I can move the slides now.
Yes, it's there. Yes. We can see it very well.
It can be done only manually. I can use only keyboard to change the slide. I am unable to use the cursor.
If it is stuck, you'll have to reshare your screen.
Okay, now I can leave. I'm unable to do that also.
Okay. Let me start. Okay, now try again.
I'm still unable to.
You're unable to share your screen, is it? Go
I'm
to
un-
share.
I'm unable to find my cursor. There is no cursor on my screen.
Okay. Why? For what do you need cursor?
So that I can see the chats in between. I'll have to.
Chats you will get pop up.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, but then if you want me to share the screen again, now I'm unable to do that also.
Uh, so go to share screen.
I'm unable to go anywhere now.
Your PC is hang. What you do is you share your PPT with me. I'll mail it to me. I'll share it because your PC is PC I think has got hang. Any idea, Arvind? How can she do it?
Should I restart quickly?
Yeah. Try that. Try it. She has some technological challenge. She is rejoining. Just give us 2 more minutes and we'll be done.
So Ms. Divya, before, as I just spoke to Dr. Anshu, as she's just joining us, I think she was facing some issue. Meanwhile, I would like to engage the audience, because this was the topic that I was taking up. I think my screen is there on the. Is my screen visible?
it is.
Yes. Okay. So actually, I just want to take this topic ahead, and by the time Dr. Anshu comes over, because I don't want that the time should get lost. Okay. So now everybody can see the screen. What does this talk about? What do you see on the screen? We can see waves. Yes. I would like some answers coming up.
I see chessboard.
Okay, a chessboard.
Yeah.
Okay, wonderful. That's so wonderful. So some of us can see a chessboard, and then for someone we can see, we can see the wave coming over. Now, what does this signify? What does it talk to us? What does it show to us? What comes to your mind? Why different image for different people? Because probably for me, it could be, I could say that maybe this is a sand dune. In a checker form, it's a sand dune. When like if any one of us have been to Dubai, or we have been to the, I would say dry region of India, especially Rajasthan, if we have seen, we have number of sand dunes out there. So these sand dunes, they are in this shape. It is small, hilly, and then you have a flat background, plain ground, and then a hilly kind of a thing. So what we talk about, taking this forward, it basically says that this is talking about what is there in the mind already. So what is in the mind will tend to always play a very important role while assessing things, and this is something which I would want to talk about. And this we have to see. We have to remember that we don't have to look at the world through our lenses. We have to look at the world from a neutral perspective. Now, taking this forward, I would also like to, talk about saying is in the context, like, let's take an example. I think my screen is now it is not yet showing.
It's visible, but we can see you changing different screens.
Yes, that's right. No, I'm just trying to put another picture out here. Just give me 2 minutes and then it should be there.
Okay.
So, yes. And there it goes. So I move ahead and then I talk about, I was just going through different things. And then we could see that, like the way we talked about this thing, we have number of activities, we have number of, concepts coming across, wherein we see different number of illusion pictures, wherein we tend to see, like the moment we talk about the sand dunes. If somebody asks you, that what comes to your mind when you look at it, I'm sure for someone who is into clothing business, for them it talks about, it says that this could be flowing in the air, cloth flowing in the air. So if you're from the textile business, so somebody could say that this looks like a cloth which is flowing in the air. So depending upon what is your frame of mind, what is your way of thinking, what has been your background, what is the present state of mind, accordingly we tend to have the conditioning of the mind. So this conditioning, this biasness will definitely tend to, it tends to talk about. Now, as we talk about, I was just trying to see, let me just give me a moment, and then I'm going to put up another picture out here. And this picture basically is talking about, different things, because how we are, accordingly, we tend to see different things. So I think it should be there on your screen, just a moment, and then we have one picture coming up, and there it goes. Just give me a moment. I think it should be there on your screen. Because in this way, we tend to see how, just a moment, why it's not reflecting. So just a moment, there it goes. I think it should be on your screen there. I'm just trying to give up different, different pictures out here, which over here you will see that how we look at different things. So is it there on your screen now? Ms. Divya?
Not yet.
Not yet?
No.
Just
You are sharing a picture?
Yes, I was sharing another picture which I wanted to just put it across. There it is. Can we see two different pictures out there?
Yeah. Now it is.
It is there now?
Yeah.
Yes. Now we can see out here. Over here, we tend to see how there are two different images out here. And in this particular way, we see the first picture. What can you see? Conditioning of the biasness. So what is in the mind? And then we can see this is absolutely coming up, from this is real like pictures which is being shown during the selection boards. So we can see out here, and it says, let's look at the first picture. And the first picture talks about, we can see the person out there. So do we see that the person is getting droned? What can you see in the first picture? Yes, Mr. Than, can you answer to this question? What can you see? Does this picture say that somebody seems to be drowning and the other person, he is there to save him? Yes?
Yes.
Yes. What else more comes to the mind? Maybe it could happen that this person is learning to swim. That can also be there. Learning to swim, and probably it is his father who is ready with the ready to, just in case if he has any problem, he'll be able to, the father will jump in to help him. That could also be there.
Yes, standing on the bank.
Yes, standing on the bank. Yes, yes.
I think to have something to save his sons.
Absolutely, absolutely. So this over here, so you can see that, the first thing that comes to our mind probably could be that this person is drowning. He's drowning in the thing, but that could probably not be the answer. Probably it could be that, this could mean with the perspective of saying that that could be the reality, that may not be the reality. What I intend to say is unconditional biasness tends to creep in. And this is something, we have to be alert on. Try to have an observation, try to have a strong observation and check upon what actually comes across. What is the reality? Maybe what you are seeing is not the reality, and it tends to move ahead. Yes? What else comes to your mind? So one, as I said, is that a boy is drowning. The second picture could mean that probably he's learning to swim. What else more things come to your mind? Miss Mamta, would you like to answer to this question?
Yeah, two perspective I can observe that you already mentioned. Maybe that the boy is drowning, or he is learning to to swim, and his father is standing behind that. If anything will happen, so he's ready in position to save him.
Okay, that's wonderful. That's wonderful. Yes, so I can now see Dr. Anshu there. So Dr. Anshu, we can now begin, but I would like to first introduce you to the audience out here.
Thank you so much, ma'am, and I'm really sorry.
No, not at all, not at all.
Sorry. So it's like man proposes and God disposes. So probably this would be one of the reasons. That's why it happened this way. Anyways, thank you so much, ma'am, and again, sorry to all the participants.
No, not a problem. I was just quickly would like to introduce you to the audience, that we quickly proceed. Yes, and then yes, just a moment. I'm so happy to introduce you all to Dr. Anshu Singh, who will now be taking the session ahead. And Dr. Anshu is a PhD. She's done her PhD in management and has more than 2 decades of corporate and teaching experience. I'm very happy to mention that she's also a certified neuro-linguistic programming practitioner and emotional intelligence practitioner too. And Dr. Anshu is also the corporate trainer, consultant, and has given a number of training consultancy services to various organizations in power and ICT companies. She's worked as the training and the placement officers for 8 years and has organized various pooled campus placement drives during her tenure as the placement officer. And Dr. Singh is a keen researcher, has published more than 30 research papers and case studies in international and national journals of UGC, Web of Science, Scopus, and ABDC journals. And she has a number of scholars registered under her. Her teaching profile includes teaching HR subjects, HR elective major subjects. And she's the deputy. The most important thing is that she's my right hand in the PhD department. She's the deputy head of the PhD department and handles more than 200 research scholars registered in Amity Business School for doing their PhD. And on the personal note, she loves reading novels, listening to music, singing and playing badminton, and loves doing poetry. So with this now, I hand over to Dr. Anshu for a very, very enriching session. Over to you, Dr. Anshu.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you. And once again, namaste to all the participants. We met yesterday and today again. When it was my time to share my thoughts with you, somehow something went wrong. Maybe some unconscious bias played here, I don't know. But this is all about unconscious bias, and what Dr. Jaya just briefed you all in her session, that these unconscious bias is a typical part of being human. So no matter what, we cannot deny it. No matter what, we cannot ignore it, because these biases are our mental shortcuts, right? We cannot make decisions in a vacuum. So our brains constantly take mental shortcuts. What to eat, who we want to talk, what do we want to do at that point in time. So these shortcuts help us to choose between options. Our brain constantly keep on working and try to find out these shortcuts for us so that we can choose the best option that is maybe convenient to us, we are comfortable with. So if we have a brain, we are biased, right? So all brainy people are biased, no matter what. You cannot deny it. And just because our brain are constantly taking mental shortcuts, and because these biases are mostly invisible to us, they work without we letting know that we are actually getting directed by them, right? So we need to be very, very careful with how our decisions and our choices that we are making are somewhere impacting other people at individual level at times, at institutional level at times, at organization level, because everything that we are doing and every decision that we are taking has an impact. At times, those decisions are impacting us more than others, and many a times it is impacting others more than us, right? And trust me, one of the worst consequence of this unconscious bias is that we develop a tendency to believe the assumptions. We don't question our belief, that the assumptions that our brain make implicitly, right? And when we believe something without questioning, so it may have severe consequences, maybe for the workforce, for the business. Let me give you a very interesting incident that happened with Google. So when YouTube was launched, when YouTube launched the video uploaded feature for their app, so they realized that 5 to 10% of videos were uploaded upside down. right? And the Google developers were kind of baffled that why, I mean, how could it is possible that such a large percentage of users shooting their videos incorrectly? Why the videos that are getting uploaded are upside down? And eventually they realized that because of their unconscious bias, Google had created an app that worked best for right-handed people. Right? So when you hold your mobile like this is your mobile and this is how you're taking video. I don't know whether it is visible or not. So you will turn it like that. But if you are a left-handy, you'll have to turn it like this, right? So that causes a video which got recorded, which was upside down. And that left a giant hole in the market. So once they realized it, they sorted it out. But then initially that was a head turning, or I would say mind boggling incident that happened, and everybody was kind of baffled. So these are certain things that somewhere related to our unconscious bias, which by the time you have joined here, I'm sure now you must be very clear with one of your most prominent unconscious bias that always play when you take decision, right? So these are a few biases that you can see that generally observed at workplace, right? So we'll talk about these biases, but then just to recapitulate what you discussed in the previous session. So most of our biases affect our perception, the way we see people, the way we think, the way we perceive reality. These biases affect our attitude, so how we react, what kind of emotions we associate with those thoughts, those the ideas that we entertain. And then in our behavior, so how friendly we are or how do we behave with others, again, that gets affected. Our attention, that what all things which catch our attention more and what all things that we ignore. And then our listening skill, so the moment you get a chance to listen to your favorite music, you actually what actually we do, we feel that rest of the sounds get blurred or are not reaching to us, and we started listening to that music that is catching our attention. So it impacts our listening skills, our micro affirmations, that how much or how little we comfort certain people, right? Many a times you will find that people like to be comforted by listening a few things. Many a times you will find that people like to be comforted when you touch them, hold them, hug them, right? So these are certain things that somewhere play, and our biases certainly affect these aspects. So I just want to show this picture to my participants. You are seeing here two faces. So if I ask you, who is the hero here and who is the villain? I am expecting quick answers from you. Who is hero here and who is the villain?
The first observation, the first picture is a hero and the second one is the villain.
So how did you reach to this conclusion, Mamta? Very quickly. Thank you so much.
Yeah, how can I observe that? You know, the smiley face and then the styles, the look, and then there's, you know, the pleasant features whenever in our mind, you know, the heroes looks like a very pleasant feature, whereas the villain look like, you know, the so dangerous look, and then the kind of the dirtiness and those kind of, it's the people perception, you know, those kind of things in our mind always.
Okay, anybody here has a different opinion other than Ms. Mamta, who thinks that the other person is more hero-like and even the cute, charming one is a villain type? Is it so? So, okay, So this is what we do, right? We quickly judge someone based on their physical appearance, right? Because the one face is very handsome, good looking, so we assume that okay, heroes need to be very good looking and handsome, and the villains need to be crooked, and they should not, they are not allowed to be a good looking person. So we so our bias, our unconscious bias work like that, right? Okay, something more. So you have to find out one word for each picture, and this is for everyone. The first word that is coming to your mind with each picture. So for picture number 1, what do you see? It's a rapid fire round, by the way. You can't take too much time. And I want all of you to participate, please. Yes, please. So what is the first thought for picture number 1? Mr. Apelicio, Ms. Raffel, Andrea, Jose, Noah. What is the first thought? Quickly. Remember, it's a rapid fire round. And please open your cam. I would appreciate that. Maybe I'll get a chance to see your facial expressions. Will let me know if you're enjoying it or not, if we are connected or not, or should I stop? You need to ensure that I am not developing any kind of bias. We are talking about bias. Yes, so what do you see in the first picture? And in the second picture?
I think the boy. The first one is I think the boy is very blessed and long pants and thin hair. I think.
Okay. And what basis you reached to this conclusion? What was the first thing that caught your attention, Thida? In the first pic, what was the first thing that caught your attention? Do you agree the hairdressing? Right? So that was the first thing that caught your attention, and
Yes.
based on that, you made an impression, right? What about the second one? Shah Rukh Khan?
He's giving the pose for the photograph.
Right. So what is the first thing that
The
crossed your
second one
mind?
smart boy. Yes.
A very cool dude, right? Someone who's very stylish. Is it so? Or
Yep.
maybe he's a model.
Yeah.
Probably.
Yeah.
Right?
Yes, more.
Again, what did
Yes.
we give importance to? The appearance. Right? What is
Yes.
the third picture saying?
The face look, the appearance of that lady.
Mm-hmm.
That
She's smiling. This photograph is not so
yeah.
good, but she is smiling.
Oh, but entirely different. I'm observing entirely different.
Or
That
maybe
is,
maybe she's clenching her teeth, probably.
yeah,
Angry.
okay. She's just smiling, no?
Both will be accepted, and both
Yeah,
will
that
be
means
considered.
appearance of your face, how you're going to observe anyone, you know. So you
Right.
observe in different way. I'm observing in different with the same look.
Exactly. So you're finding her grumpy or angry, right?
Yeah, like this.
Right. Anybody else has any other thought? Mr. Khan? Mr. Raffel? Any other thought? Is she really an angry woman? Okay. What about the fourth one? This happy-go-lucky guy? What is the first thing that caught your attention? The cap? that this person is wearing?
He wears,
Is it so?
he wears
Maybe
a
he's an actor.
freestyle.
The hat he's wearing, that makes different than the others.
Right, right, absolutely. So, based on the kind of hat that he's wearing, what is the first thing that comes to your mind? Probably he's a traveler or an
Yes.
actor or somebody who's a cheerful person because he's kind of looking like a happy-go-lucky guy.
He's cool.
It's maybe Mexican.
Yeah. And what brought this thought to you, Mr. Khan?
Yes, the food one maybe I think Mexican.
So the way he has the facial, based on the facial hair and the kind of dressing that this person has, is it so? What about the fifth picture?
Showing angriness. Stop behaving like this, or
Housewife.
Bossy, right?
yeah,
Strict.
bossy kind of, no, that leading type of.
Yeah,
behavior.
somebody who ensures to prove her point.
Yeah.
With the way she has raised her finger.
Yes.
Right, very nice. So in all this picture, and by looking at these pictures and by understanding that the thoughts that popped up immediately, what did you realize? What did you realize?
Clearance is very important.
That many a times we judge or we try to assess the person based on their impression, based on their appearance, right? So when a positive thought pop up, we call it halo bias. When a positive thought pop up, when you judge a person, when you assess a person, and by after overall judgment of that person, when you somehow you do it based on one of the positive thought, that is halo bias. And when you judge a person based on one single negative attribute, that is horn bias, right? And this happens in the organization. Based on somebody's appearance, you feel that, just assume that you are recruiting somebody, and when you look at the person just based on his or her appearance, the candidate's appearance, you get biased, you make decision. And that decision is a biased decision because somewhere you ignored rest of the competencies, rest of the qualities of that person, and you give importance to just one trait. So this is what halo bias is all about. Now, if I ask you to evaluate yourself on these questions, do you think? Sorry. Do you think that you'll be able to be very honest to yourself, and then you can quickly reply to me? That are you more polite and helpful to someone you found attractive?
That depends on how the particular person attracts you. I'm not, it defines whether I'm going to be polite or helpful, the person, how he's attracting me. Either by their looks, either by their attitudes, either by their situation. So it depends on that. I cannot, react to sometimes their looks or, so it depends upon how the front person attracting me. Accordingly, I can going to behave,
Okay.
It's from my side.
Right. Anybody else who would like to share his or her thought on the first question? Are you more polite and helpful to someone you found attractive?
Yes.
Okay. Can we consider the second one? Did you ignore an unattractive person when they asked for help?
No.
No, we cannot ignore the, as earlier mentioned in the first question, that unattractive means it's the looks or what. If it is all about the looks, so no, it doesn't matter to me whether it is attractive by look or not. If the person is asking for the help, then I'm always ready to help. But yeah.
Okay, very nice, very nice. And what about the third one? Do you talk rudely to poorly dressed strangers?
Never.
So that means here we are not operating ourselves with this unconscious bias, that is halo bias, right? Now, many a times, although these are just a few questions to ponder over, but then many a times you will realize that we all are doing it in daily basis at our workplaces. We just don't like somebody because that person we feel that is not behaving, or as you said, not showing the right attitude to us, right? So we kind of judge that person based on his attitude, maybe based on the perception, as just Mamta shared with us, right? So remember, then you next time you are voting for a politician, or you are buying a pair of jeans, right, a designer jeans, or when you're deciding whether you like someone, please ask yourself whether the halo effect is operating or not, right? You're buying that jeans because it is looking good, or you are finding that piece of thing very attractive. So please ensure that you are not operating, having this halo effect somewhere active in your mind, right? Now, let's understand this bias, the affinity bias, right? So, if I ask you that, have you ever been in a room full of strangers, and suddenly you feel that you are kind of gravitating to a person who look like they have the most in common with you? Have you ever experienced this kind of situation? So you entered in a room full of people, and suddenly there were just a few who grabbed your attention, and then you moved towards them, ignoring rest of the people who were already there in the room.
Can you repeat the question, ma'am?
Okay, let's forget that question. Let's do this exercise, and then that will answer the first question. So what you have to do, you have to write down in a column on the left hand side of a blank piece of paper the initials of 6 or 7 people who you trust the most, who are not your family members. I'm giving you 5 minutes time to do that. Please think about 6 or 7 people who you trust, and most of them are not your family members.
Doctor, I think six
Yes,
or five people.
yes,
6 or
5
5
to
people.
6 people who you trust most, but they are not your family members.
In my case, there is not 6 people in the class.
Even if there are 4 people, just
Okay.
write down the name, and then we'll try to reveal and try to find out and explore this question a little more, little further.
Dr. Anshu. Dr. Anshu.
Yes, please.
Yeah, everything okay?
Yeah, everything is fine.
Okay. It's almost a time for a break. You want to wrap up?
No, it's not required. I hope all the participants are done with writing the names. Now what you have to do, you have to find out the similar me. So how many of them somewhere are similar to your age? You have to put a tick mark. You have to check these parameters, right? You have to check the names. Okay? So you have to find out how many of them are similar to you in terms of age.
You mean teacher the same age?
Same age. How many of them are of the same gender? You have to just put a check box. I mean, you have to check the names. That's it. Just place a tick beside those names, right? How many of them are similar in terms of nationality, in terms of accent, in terms of religion, professional background? And what is the score? What is the score? All 6 of them somehow showing the same, resembling and showing the same similarities. Yes, please. I'm waiting.
Most of the 3 items which is similar, the nationality and religion, professional background. Others are the different, the gender, age, and then native language.
Okay, but do you find anything that is similar to you?
Yeah, that's
These
it's about
are
the
just a few parameters to name, but then do you find anything that is similar to you that somewhere kind of help you to decide that okay, this person is the one who I'm going to trust the most? You must have found something that is somewhere
the
related
way
to your
the way the
preferences.
person behaving to me sometimes very very supportive and very that means in kind to me, like my boss. He's aging person, and then he's male gender, and but I can trust him that he can give the more support or whatever. Just he's a very trustworthy person for me.
Okay, very nice. Thank you for your response. So we did this exercise just to understand that we have a tendency to trust and cooperate with people who share our values, our beliefs, our backgrounds, right? And somewhere this preference, or if you allow me, I can use the term bias. So this bias can many a times lead us to surround ourselves with the people who think like us. And somewhere, when we are kind of surrounded with similar like me people, right, that limit our ability to see other point of views, because we feel comfortable, we feel at ease when we are surrounded with like me people, right? And it has a very, very severe, or I would say very strong implication at the workplace. So if I ask you to evaluate yourself, has it ever happened that as leader, when you assigned responsibility for an important or very high profile piece of work, who do you entrust that responsibility? Was that person someone known to you? Or somewhere you felt that that person is more like-minded or share the same belief? Another question to ponder over is that, does this person who you entrusted the responsibility somewhere remind you of yourself? Or does this person remind you of anyone else? Right? Anyone else who has a very strong image in your eyes, who you feel that, okay, if this person is somewhere behaving like the one who I trust, so this person can also be trustworthy, right? Or if this person is somewhere behaving or talking like somebody who I don't trust, so this person can also not be trusted, right? And has it ever happened that there are, I mean, are there things about this person that particularly influence your impression, which are relevant to the job or the task that you were planning, you had to assign? So did you see somewhere the skills, the competencies of that person? Or did you just somehow took decision based on this like me factor or like somebody factor who you like? What happened? So if we do this, this is what affinity bias is all about, which somewhere pushes us or which somewhere led us to trust and cooperate with people who share our values, our beliefs, and our background. Right? Okay, now it's a story time. So, this story is about two friends, and these two friends are very different in their nature. So, one is atheist, and other is a priest. So these two friends were sitting in a bar, and they were talking about about the existence of God, whether God exists or not. So although they are old friends, so they have a very different ideas on God, because one is priest and one is atheist. So the atheist says that, look, it's not like I haven't given God a chance. I have even tried to pray things, but it did not work. The priest asked with a surprise that, oh, when did it happen? Did you really pray? Because you are an atheist, so did you really pray? So the atheist says, yes, just last month. I got caught away, somewhere in a very terrible blizzard, and I was totally lost. And then I could not see a thing, and the temperature was below 20 degrees Celsius. So I prayed, and I fell to my knees in the snow, and then I cried out that, oh God, if there is a God, I'm lost in this blizzard and I'm going to die. Please help me. So the priest was, priest looked puzzled, Oh, so now then must have started believing in the God now because you are alive sitting in front of me. So the atheist says, no, 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 no. That's not how it happened. A couple of Eskimos came wandering by and showed me the way back to my camp. So I still believe that God do not exist, right? So if I ask you, so where do such different perspectives come from? I can hear not many sounds.
Sister, I think I'll mute you because a lot of background noise.
Yes,
Yeah,
please.
thank you.
Sorry, Divya.
No issues. It got sorted. Thank you.
So I'm asking that from where such perspectives come from. That, oh, I believe in this, I don't believe in this. So have
Dr.
you,
Jaya, Dr. Anshu, sorry.
yes, please.
We are already 10 minutes late. Can we continue this post break?
Yeah, sure, if you say so.
Sure.
Sure.
So we take a break. We resume back by 1:50 and then we continue. Okay, we take a shorter break today.
Okay, okay, okay.
So
Thank
it's
you.
15 minutes. 15 minutes, right?
Not 15 minutes, 25 minutes.
25. Okay.
Okay. Or let's say take an half an hour break only. We return back at 1:55 as usual. We take and a half an hour break, return back by 1:55. Yes.
Okay. Half an hour, 30 minutes.
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, everyone. We'll meet after half an hour and we'll continue this exploring of unconscious biasness. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Anju. Can you stop sharing your slide? Arvind? Hello.
Welcome back, everyone. Shall we start, Divya?
Sure. I hope everyone is back. Let's resume. Participants, if you are back, please join us through camera so she knows that we are good to start. We have Mamta, Than, Muo, Andrea. Please start, Dr. Anshul.
Sure. So I hope you all are recharged now and you're going to share your thoughts very, very quickly. So I was telling you a story, right? And that story somewhere tells us that no matter what facts and evidences are available, no matter uh, how much information is there with us, we don't many a times we ignore them, we don't believe them, or we don't consider those evidences, don't process those evidences just because they are somewhere not matching with our beliefs, right? We try to ignore them. So if I ask you that, did I it whether at some point in time you look only at positive evidence, did you do that? If I ask you to evaluate yourself, did it happen that you look only at the positive evidences, the evidences that are somewhere supporting your belief, somewhere matching with your belief, and you ignore because somewhere you were not somewhere associate yourself with the evidences that were available? Did it happen? Did you search for in those evidences consciously that can prove your belief wrong? Did you ever do that? I'm sorry about the noises. Yes, please. Have you ever tried to search those evidences that can prove your belief wrong just because the facts that were available to you somewhere directing towards some other direction with that those facts were giving you a different picture, but then you just overlooked it, just ignored it because somewhere they were not or somewhere they were proving your belief wrong, or somewhere they were not matching with your belief. At times, do you think that it happened to you that you ignored any negative evidences on purpose? For example, you know that this person who is working with you, who you are assessing on based on his or her performance, and you know that this person has a lot of skills and competencies, but somewhere you ignored that thing just because you believe that this person is a friend, or this person is part of group of those people who are not so sincere or not so honest, right? Your belief says that okay, this person is not sincere because of some actions that you observed in the past, because of the people with this person spend time, and you somewhere those people somewhere don't match up with your level of belief system, not somewhere fall into the parameters that you have set in terms of somebody who can be considered sincere or honest or with a lot of integrity. So if we are doing it, this is what confirmation bias is, right? Just a second, give me a second. So this is what confirmation bias is all about. When we have a tendency to look for or interpret or recall information in a way that somewhere confirm or affirm our preconceptions. Whenever we encounter objective facts on an issue, we look at them through the lens of our belief, whether these facts are somewhere aligned with my beliefs or not. And then only we we consider those facts. Otherwise, we simply ignore them. Do we do that? Right? So these are a few biases that we just discussed. Let's take a quick recap that when we generalize one negative or positive aspect of an employee to their overall performance, that is halo bias. When we unconsciously develop a tendency to get along with others who are like us, this is affinity bias, right? Many a times you will find that you are considering somebody for promotion. You are considering somebody for a better option, a better project or some challenging work because that person resembles you or somewhere that person has the same kind of value or belief as you have. And then you select that person over others just because of this reason. So this is what affinity bias is. And when we try to accept ideas or solutions that satisfy our existing belief is what confirmation bias is. Right? Would you like to share any thought of yours here at this point in time? So we understood different types of biases, many biases, at self, at individual level, some at the level of organization, some at the level of group or team. We have many biases. So just a few questions just to ponder over so that we can find different ways to reduce these biases, how we can minimize these unconscious biases. We know once we understood that, okay, these are my biases, these are the things that somewhere, these are my mental shortcuts that somewhere push me or somewhere motivate me to take probably at times not so right decision, right? So how we can reduce, minimize those bias? Before that, if we are able to answer these questions that what is my goal? If I'm doing something, why I'm doing it, right? What do I want out of it? What is the result that I'm expecting? And then what all informations that are available? Whether I am giving due importance to the informations that are available, am I processing it and using it in my decision making? Or I am operating myself with certain mental shortcuts that I have developed for myself over the period of time just to avoid this processing of all the information all the time. For example, when you start from office and you have to go home, how many times you have thought that, okay, how to where to get on road to reach home, how you are going to get home? You know that, okay, this is something that I have to follow. When you are ordering something, just because there is a word that is popping in your mind that, okay, this is healthy, you are eating that, right? So these are small biases that is somewhere operating at different level within us and somewhere pushing us to take decision which are very satisfying in nature, right? So have we need to ponder over that, are these biases affecting my decision, which unintentionally I am giving importance to, and how does it impact the different diverse goals of my life, right? So there are a few methods through which we can reduce our bias, right? And the first thing that is the first initiative that we can take for ourselves is slowing down, which is all about being mindful in considering responses. You know, we have a tendency to believe that our story in our head is the right story. This is what we do. And most of the time, when we believe on our automatic processing and we ignore the controlled processing of information, there is high possibility to get trapped into our biases. For example, if we are very tired, or if there are certain things which are mentally taxing for us, or we are somewhere experiencing fatigue or burnout, there are high chances that we'll operate through our biases. So when we slow down, we can become more aware of our own biases. If I am taking a decision, I am taking the right decision. How I can support my decision? What all informations that I should be mindful about? What all informations I should consider? This is the first thing that we can do to reduce bias at work. The second is perspective taking. So, when we are more empathetic, when we can imagine the thoughts and feelings of others, there are high chances that we can get rid of those prejudiced or the negative attitude or the discriminatory behavior that somewhere activate our or somewhere impact our decision. These perspective taking can minimize our negative stereotype. This perspective taking can have positive implications when we are working on our relationship, when we are working in a team and want to collaborate with each other. So this is one thing that we can do to reduce bias. Then there is another thing that if we start doing, we can actually minimize our biased approach or biased action, which is all about asking oneself, questioning oneself. If we are actively doing self-questioning, we are actually challenging our assumption, right? This self-questioning help us to examine that our assumptions and the way we are assessing others or making decision, well, how it is going to impact others, what is going to be the effect of these actions of mine. So most of the time when we believe in operating based on our assumption, cross questioning helps us to question our assumption. So ask yourself, cross question yourself, challenge yourself. And then the next thing that we can do to reduce bias is developing cultural intelligence, which is all about interpreting a person's behavior through their background, through their culture, understanding the person's perspective through their culture is is or it should be the frame of reference, right? So that we can interpret the intention and the behavior of other person more accurately. This will help us to get out of the biased assumption about somebody, because what we are doing, if somebody is behaving according to us inappropriately, which is may not be appropriate for us, but then somewhere that is coming from the kind of culture that person belongs to. So this developing this cultural intelligence can help us to avoid misunderstandings, misattributions, and conflict. We can avoid all kind of misunderstanding. At least we'll try to understand the language and the intention of other person with this cultural intelligence. Then the last one is diversifying our connection, which is all about expanding ourselves. So we need to somehow dismantle this social categorization so that we can decrease our bias. We should encourage ourselves to connect with different type of people, diverse group of people with different interests, different preferences, different qualities, different attributes, right? So that we can understand their background, we can understand their experiences, we can understand their skills, and we can somehow use these information to reduce our bias, right? So if I ask you out of these, one of your most preferred step to reduce your bias would be, so what is going to be your answer and why?
Maybe
Yes, please.
yeah, slowing down could be a good strategy for me.
Pardon? Mr. Khan, you're saying some Sebastian, Mr. Sebastian, you said something?
Yeah, I was to say that slowing down could be a good strategy in my case.
Okay, very nice. Okay, all the best to you, and I hope that you will find the answer for all your questions, right? Anybody else? So with this, if you have any question, anything that you want to ask, you are most welcome. Before that, I want you to tell me one takeaway from this workshop. What did you learn? One thing that you learned today from these 2 sessions of unconscious biasness, how we can break this unconscious bias. One takeaway. I would appreciate if you share this, your takeaway. Mr. Sebastian, Mr. Than, Miss Mamta, Mr. Noah. Yes, please.
I think every person have some unconscious biasness in their different step of life.
Yes,
so
because we all are
yeah,
brain, right?
yeah, we all are brains. So whatever you mention here, that the steps in the last one, how are going to reduce. So and that's the main factor. Whatever I learned from this session, that how we are going to manage or how we are going to minimize our the unconscious biasness. That is the one more important thing which I learned from this session. The last one, last step.
Which one would be your preferred?
I think perspective talking, the second one, the second perspective taking means actively imagining the thoughts and feelings of others before reacting to the others, the before judging to the others, just you first, the thought, and then
Absolutely. Because most of the time we give importance to our story and our thought and our beliefs. And we just try to, at times consciously and
Yeah,
at times
unconsciously.
subconsciously,
Yeah, yeah.
we try to overlook other point of view, other perspective.
Yes.
Very nice. Very nice. Anybody else? Mr. Noah? Mr. Than? One takeaway.
Hello? Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, you are very much. Please, please share your
Okay.
thoughts.
Okay. For me, it was very interesting to learn about bios and how to reduce our bios in my work. So I think all the strategy is very, very important. I think so. Because in each case can be judged differently. So we need to be careful, to listen, being mindful in considering the responses. So asking ourselves, expanding diversification, connection. So I think all these strategies are useful. And for me, I think I learn more. I have something new here to use in my life and in my work environment. So thank you for the lesson.
Thank you, Mr. Noah. Thank you. Theda, Mr. Rabalicio,
Yes, Dada.
one takeaway of yours.
Yes, we have Peggy and Koshapaya is important. It can help promote fairness, equalities, and diversity in our society. When we aware of our bias and tasted to counteract them, we are better able to make objective decisions that are based on merits and not on stereotypes. And we have learned, yes, we have learned the ways of reducing bias in our workplace, such as slowing down, perspective taking, asking ourselves, cultural intelligence, and expand. That's all. Thank you, Tata. Yes.
Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. All the
Yeah.
best to you. Anybody else? Mr. Jose, Mr. Repelicio. I can't see Mr. Muhammad. Mr. Muhammad, Mr. Nitesh. Rafael. Okay, so I think that now, yes, Mr. Muhammad, one takeaway from you.
Yes, excuse me, Professor, because I follow this course and I work in the same time.
So, any question from anybody? Anybody would like to ask anything? Mr. Muhammad? Mr.
Thank you,
Thar?
Professor. Hello?
Yes, please.
Hello?
Yes, please. You are very much audible.
Yes, thank you, Professor, for your delivery about my bias. All of us are human beings, so we have, you already mentioned earlier, we have brain, So we are based on the different background. We have different education, different age, different culture, different attitude. That is, I understand all our biases, because we need to understand our bias. We can take more better and better go to the we can take decision better, and we need to consider the real life, what the real life means, what does real life means. If we understand the biases, we can take good decision for our well-being and ourselves as well. Thank you, professors. Hello.
Wonderful, wonderful. Thank you, Mr. Khan. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Professor.
Thank you for the input. Thank you. So with this, I think, Divya, we can end this session.
Yes, yes, definitely.
Okay, so once again, all the best to all of you. Have a great learning ahead. And it was nice talking to you and seeing you again. So thank you so much. All the best. Namaste from my side. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Anshu. I know despite technological challenges, you managed
There were a lot many. I'm so sorry about it. I'm at my
managed to get.
workplace.
I think it happens with everyone. So
thank you.
part
so
of our
much for your
digital
kind
life
support.
now.
Thank you. Thank you so much for your kind support. Thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you, everyone. See you soon.
Sure. So, Dr. Jaya, are you here? Yes.
Divya, I think without taking much time, can we start, because we are already.
Sure. Let's begin.
Okay, so I'll just share my screen.
Yeah. Go.
Okay, I hope it's visible.
Yes, it is.
Yes, it's visible.
Okay, so can we start?
Dr. Priyanka, I was thinking that I should be introducing you before we begin.
Okay.
Yeah, a brief introduction.
Ma'am, over to you, ma'am.
Yes. I was just thinking, because I wanted that before we have the very enriching session of Dr. Priyanka, so a quick introduction to the audience, so that the audience is clear about, it knows Dr. Priyanka when she gives. So I'm very happy to introduce Dr. Priyanka Agrawal to the esteemed participants out here for the training workshop. Dr. Priyanka is presently associated with Amity Business School, Amity University Noida campus, and her area of specialization is HR, OB, and psychology. Dr. Priyanka has the expertise in teaching organizational behavior, HRM, compensation management, and business communication. Along with the teaching assignment, Dr. Priyanka is also being, her work profile includes the key role towards mentoring and grooming students, because Dr. Priyanka is also the program leader of MBA program since the last 3 years. During her tenure at Amity Business School, and Dr. Priyanka is also the associate editor of Amity Journal of Entrepreneurship and Leadership, which is a very leading journal with ABS. She has more than 18 years of experience, both in research, industry, and academia, and has doctorate in the area of HR. And her research interest includes multi-generations in the workplace, diversity and inclusion, employee engagement, talent development, emerging trends of analytics in HR, and compensation management. Dr. Priyanka has also presented a number of research papers in various national and international conferences, and has book chapters, case studies, and research papers published in UGC Care, Scopus, Web of Science Index journals, and has 2 edited books to her credit. So with this, I would now like to introduce, and I would like to request Dr. Priyanka to take over the session. Over to you, Dr. Priyanka.
Thank you so much, Jaya ma'am. Thank you so much for a wonderful introduction. Thank you. Okay, so let's start with the session. So very warm good afternoon to all the participants who are here today. And our this afternoon session will be based on giving and seeking effective feedback, constructive feedback. Okay, so let's start this beautiful journey of the art of giving and seeking feedback, constructive feedback. So the afternoon session flow will be like, I'll be setting up the context of feedback, how leaders can manage behaviors by giving effective, by giving positive, by giving constructive feedback. Then what comes in the way as a leader when you are talking about feedback. And then I'll be talking about strength versus formality matrix. Then this afternoon session will be taken ahead by Dr. Shikha Mishra, and she'll be talking about the STAR approach of giving feedback, La Carte, developing culture of feedback, looking ahead, and you'll be developing your action plan. And as you'll close, further readings will be suggested to all of you. So let's get started for the session. So in different stages of our career, or as leaders, we try to build high-performing teams that can deliver results. And for this, feedback is very, very crucial. Feedback is very critical to make sure that everyone in the team is aligned on the outcomes. And we can build healthy relationship between our peers, between team members, and others in the organization. So when Bill Gates said we all need people who will give us feedback, and that's how we improve. So here he's pointing out the importance of feedback, of giving feedback and seeking feedback in organizations. And because that's the way how we improve. Now, how many of you have played a sport? Yes, audience. How many of you have played a sport? And what do you think is the importance of follow through in sports? Can we have answers from the audience?
Sorry, the importance of what?
How many of you have played a sport? And what do you think is the importance of follow through in sports? Most of you must have played some of the sport, right? Okay, anyone from the audience would like to answer?
Yes.
Yes, please.
Good morning, Dr. Priyanka.
Good afternoon.
Yes.
Yes, Miss Andrea.
I have played basketball, but back when in high school. And I think the importance of it is that you should play in teams.
Right.
The teamwork is very important there, and connecting it with feedback, I think it's in the way that you give opinions to your teammates, so that together we can play better.
Okay, very well answered, Miss Andrea. Very well answered. So most of you have played sport. For example, let's say Miss Andrea has played basketball, right? So basketball players, they must have the correct form, the correct positioning, the correct footing on their free throws in order to increase their percentages of goals. For example, if you have played hockey, you must be knowing that hockey players, they're constantly told by their coaches to follow through on their shots to achieve maximum accuracy. And this is what coaches preach all the time. And here comes the importance of follow through, or you can say feedback. So similarly, follow through is very, very critical for all of you as leaders in your organizations. And here for you, follow through is not about making a shot or completing a pass. It is about consistency. It's about consistency of following up with others, with your team members, with your colleagues, with your peers, and with ourselves, right? So if asked what skill is essential, if someone will ask me what skill is essential for leaders, so one of the important skill is the ability to give a constructive and effective feedback. Why constructive? Why constructive? Because constructive feedback can act as a robust tool for creating a healthy environment, for boosting productivity, and for boosting employee engagement, team engagement. And this is also backed up by many researchers, many studies, which have shown that most efficient teams are those in which there is appreciative communication, right? In which the feedback is conveyed and received regularly, consistently, in a positive manner. And then the engagement rises, productivity increases, and organizations, they become more aligned with the values that make them unique, right? So we can say that giving feedback is a skill. Giving feedback is a skill. Effective feedback is important in helping people to develop. So we need to tell people, as leaders, we need to tell people, to tell them how their performance, how their behavior can impact, can create an impact. So giving feedback is a very, very important skill as leaders. So moving ahead, let me ask all of you, what kind of leader are you? So we are driving a little deep down into leadership styles, and what kind of teams you are handling. So think of the team that you manage. Do you give them a lot of information or too little information? Do they typically speak a lot and engage, or stay quiet and listen? So yes, over to you, audience. Anyone who would like to take up this question? Anyone? Ms. Chaudhary, Ms. Mamta Chaudhary, Mr. Muhammad, Mr. Noah, Mr. Sebastian. Anyone who would like to take up this question? What kind of leader are you? Think of the team that you manage. Do you give them a lot of information or too little information? Do they typically speak a lot and engage, or stay quiet and listen?
Hi, Dr. Priyanka.
Yes. Good morning. Yes,
Good
please.
morning. Yeah, for example, in my case, I usually let the other people talk because I was raised. I mean, my mother raised me, and she told me that you should first hear what the other person have to say in order to understand and to understand the question, to understand the problem, the situation, and then give them the answer or the feedback that they want to hear, you know. So first, I usually let the other people talk. And also, I'm the type of leader that explains the why we are doing something. In that, the reason why I do that is because I want the other person to understand the purpose of the things that we are doing. You know, that's, in my case, that's it.
Okay, very well answered. Very well answered. Okay, anyone who would like to take up the question? Any other?
Yes, Dr. Priyanka, if I may.
Yes, please. Yes, please.
Yes, about the question, first question, do you give them a lot of information or too little information? I think it depends on the person. I think you as a manager or we as managers have to know the strengths and maybe not so many strengths of our teammates, and depending on that, you will give more or less.
Very
For example, to a teammate that has is more prepared, maybe I can just tell them, okay, I need you to do this. This is the objective, and this is your goal you have to achieve. And so let him be creative about how to do it. But in another case, in a people that maybe it's not that skilled, uh, I would suggest I be more specific about what he should do, what he or she should do, and then after that also make a point if he understood what I just said. So just to make sure that he receive what I communicate, because sometimes you communicate something and the other part doesn't receive the exact info. And for the second question, do they typically speak a lot and engage or stay quiet and listen? I have met people that while you are given the information, they are speaking. So I usually tell them, please let me first give you the instruction, then you can tell me if you understood. Because if they speak while you are giving them the instruction, there is a lot of possibilities that they won't get the instruction as it is. And that will be it.
Okay. So very, very well answered, Miss Andrea. Very well answered. So quickly, I'll move to the next slide. Okay. So whatever you have said just now, so what kind of leader are you? Right now, it is very important to identify your leadership style. Now, why it is important to identify your leadership style before jumping into the nitty-gritties of the feedback? Because understanding how you lead will give you a better sense of control. Your scope of reach will be better. So quickly, I'll take you to this matrix. Now, you will be seeing on the x-axis, it is information. That is from less information to more information. And then on the y-axis, you are seeing energy. That is low energy to high energy, right? So information, we are talking about the information which the leaders will like to share to the team. How much information the leaders will like to share with the team, right? And energy. So we always say that a leader is never energy neutral. So leaders, they exhibit energy and they create energy for their team members. So let's quickly look at the first quadrant, that is low on information and high on energy. So here in the non-directive approach, you can see less information is being given to the team members, but yes, they are very, very high on energy. They are very enthusiastic. They are very well aligned with the goals, and they take the ownership of their actions, right? So this is non-directive approach where less information is provided. The second quadrant, the participative approach, which you can see here. Now, in the participative approach, you can see more information is provided and the team members are also very high on energy. They are very well engaged and they have information overload at all the times. Here for leaders, it can be, very time intensive. Why it is time intensive? Because most of the information here is being provided to the team members by the leaders, right? Moving to the third quadrant, we see the directive kind of leadership where more information is there and the energy of the team members is low, right? So they are low on energy, but each and every information is given to them by their leaders. So this is directive form of leadership, more information and low energy. So here in this quadrant, in this kind of style, the leaders, they require to give more and more information. Here, the work goals will be defined by the leaders. And here, the leaders will only be establishing the path by which they can achieve goals. Now, this can work in situations where, time is less, speed is required. It may be a high risk situation, or where the leaders, they want to have full control over the situation. So this is the third quadrant. Then the fourth quadrant here is less information is provided and the members are also very low on energy and their attitude is leave us alone. So they want to be left all alone, right? So this is the fourth quadrant. I hope it's clear to all of you. So moving ahead quickly, think of a leadership style that you would like to focus on. So what you need to do is you can take 2-3 minutes and you should think what was the situation and which style did you prefer, did you practiced in that particular situation and why. So we have just seen all these 4 styles, non-directive, participative, directive, and leave them alone style in the previous slide. So now what you need to do is take 2 minutes and quickly think of a situation where you have practiced any one style and why. I hope the question is clear to all of you.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay. So take 2 minutes to think of a situation and then let's have the answers. Your 100% participation will be highly appreciated. So all of you are requested to please think of a situation and which style you practiced and why. Okay, I hope all of you are Mr. Than, Ms. Chaudhary, Mr. Sebastian, Miss Andrea, Mr. Muhammad, Mr. Noah, all those names which I can see on screen. I hope all of you are just thinking of a situation so that we can have maximum participation. Two minutes to all of you. Okay, can we have answers now? Can we start, please? Anyone who would like to answer this question? Any situation and the style which you practiced in that particular situation and why?
Yes.
Yes.
Hello?
Yes, please, Mr. Than.
Yes.
Yes, I'd love to hear from you. Yes, please go ahead.
Yes, I would I prefer directive leadership styles. What styles of leadership are you is based on the given situation. For our current situation, our employees, my employees or staffs need more information, and that is they need a lot of inputs because our staffs are teachers or lecturer, so they need to update their a lot of informations and need to update that to be updated. So I think they need a lot of information, a lot of inputs for your their improvement. And at the same time, we need to create a lot of create a situation that will support a lot of information and training and other wider program updated and further study, something like this. And at the same time, we need to supervise. I need to supervise them to improve what they are doing in your works. So for my given situation, according to given my current given situation, and directed leadership style is more appropriate for me. Thank you, Professor.
Very good. Very well answered, Mr. Than. So you are absolutely right. And we all will agree that leaders, they often need to change the way they solve problems based on the specific problem at hand, the situation, the setting in which they are operating. Yes. So I see a raised hand of Ms. Chaudhary.
Yes. Yeah. I would like to prefer the participative leadership style considering or assuming one situation. Suppose there is one problem of the high employee turnover in one organization, and then suppose the boss of that organization just have designed one ad hoc committee to find out the reason behind this. Why is the HR turnover is going on higher and higher? Suppose I am the leader of that ad hoc committee, and then how am I going to be, to deal with the team members? So I would prefer in that situation as a participative, style, because there is for HR, every department of that particular organization connected. So there will be more, if there will be more participation, then we come to know what's the reason from that department. Is there any rules and regulations from the HR is going to be hampering, or it's how they are convincing their HR, similarly to the finance department, similarly through the others production departments. So I would prefer in this situation as a participative leader style. So it depends upon the situation, how we are going to deal with that situation. So I do agree with the Than that for a specific problem, there is a specific style. You cannot use the single style in every kind of situation.
Right. So very well said, Ms. Chaudhary, that we cannot use any one style in all the situations. So it has to be situation specific. And for participative, as the example which you have taken, so you've rightly said. So in participative leadership style, there will be, more and more alternatives to a particular solution, and people will be equipped with information. They need to contribute to making sound decisions. And here, inputs from the team will be highly appreciated, right? So very good answers by Mr. Than and Ms. Chaudhary. So anyone else would like to give the answer? Anyone else would like to speak? Okay, so quickly we'll move to the other slide. Now, whatever leadership style you have identified in the previous slide, so just think what can come in the way. What can be the different, roadblocks which can come in the path of success, right? So you have to think that what can be the obstacles which can come in the way to to be a successful leader. Now here what you are going to do is you will be seeing that in one column there are certain beliefs which are written, and in the second column there are certain releases which are being written, right? So I'll be explaining you the first example, and rest you all will be answering. Right now, what are beliefs here? So as we have seen, as we have said, that as a leader there can be certain situations, certain problems which may come in the path of success, but we have to remember that a problem, a roadblock, is a chance for you to do the best. So we have to first recognize the problem, we have to accept the problem. So you see the beliefs. What are beliefs in this column? Beliefs are certain blocks which we have created in our mind. So we have termed all these examples as beliefs. In the second column, you are seeing the releases. Now, what are releases? How can we think in a positive way and can release our blocks, our mental blocks? So for example, my block in is I don't have time, right? So the mental block is that as a leader I don't have time. So how I can release it? That if I will try to take out time, if I dedicate time, it can be an investment for my team, right? So certain blocks are there which comes in the way of of successful leaders, but how we can release, right? So there are few examples here. So let's take up the second example. Takes too much effort. So how you can release this block? Anyone who want to give it a try? Takes too much effort. How can you think positively? Yes, anyone? Mr. Jose, Mr. Muhammad, Mr. Noah?
I will say take one step at a time.
Take one step at a time. Very good. Take one step at a time. Okay. Moving ahead to the third one. It's better this way. It's better this way. Anyone? Mr. Noah? Okay. So I'll just give you the example for this, the third one. Rest you all have to think. So I hope you all understand what are the blocks and how we can release, how we can think in a positive manner. So third, again, I am doing it for you. So it's better this way, right? So we can say that it's better this way means that what I have thought of is the right option, is the right decision. So how can I think it positively? That let's say my willingness to look at others' perspective and make those around me better is one of the most valuable contributions I can make as a leader, right? So we have certain, certain blocks in our mind, but we have to release them in a positive manner, right? So these were the few examples which we have taken. Moving ahead quickly. Now, there are two scenarios. Please let me know which do you prefer. I imagine that we will be leaders in the digital space in 5 years and fully connect with our customers. You will be leading in exciting exploration in this space, right? And the second one is you have been a successful insight-led marketer. Use the strength of yours to build our digital presence and getting to real connect with your customers. So will you prefer A or will you prefer B? Okay, I'm so sorry.
I prefer B.
Okay, why?
Because it's like a statement, and it encourage to do to do what it says.
Okay, very good. So it is basically an encouragement, right? Anyone else would like to take up? Mr. Joseph, Sebastian?
I also prefer B
B. Why?
because it's like you having a highway, let's say you have to think in the future.
Okay, very well answered by both of you. So the correct answer is B. Why B? See, the first option is futuristic. It's not talking about the strength. This feedback is futuristic, right? So I imagine we will be leaders in the digital space in 5 years and fully connect with our customers. But here, when we see the B feedback, it is strength-based. Here, it is an encouragement. Here, this is constructive. Here, it is a positive feedback which is being provided to the team member, right? So you have been a successful inside-led marketer. Use the strength of yours, digital presence, and getting to really connect with your customers. So basically, this kind of feedback is strength-based approach of giving the feedback. Now, this kind of approach, or you can say the strength-based approach, is centered about around the idea that it allows for open communication, it encourages individuals, as you already have said, and it assembles their strengths, their capacities, right? So a survey research which are being done at various stages, they have found that only 1% of employees become disengaged if their managers actively focus on their strength, while 40% become disengaged if their key skills are being ignored. So we need to give strength-based feedback. So very well answered by all of you. Quickly moving ahead. Now, again, one question to all of you. Which one of the mentioned is the better way of sharing the feedback with the team? So informal feedback focused on strength, formal feedback focused on strength, informal feedback focused on weakness, formal feedback focused on weakness. Yes, to my lovely audience. Which one of the mentioned is the better way of sharing the feedback with the team? Can we have answers, please? Mr. Joseph?
For me, let me try the second one.
Formal feedback focused on strength. Okay. So what do you understand by formal feedback and informal feedback? Yes, anyone? Yes, please.
Yeah. I think that informal feedback is maybe in a place that is not surrounded by, like it's not the office by itself. It might be an alley, it might be in the, it might be in a restaurant, it might be in a gathering, like something that is outside the place where you actually perform or do the work. Maybe that's informal, and it also involves another language, because maybe the space limits the language that you can use to express something. And when you are outside the office or maybe having lunch, you can even curse, and it can be like more effective, or people can relate more in that way.
Okay, very rightly said. Very rightly said. Anyone else would like to give it a try? Mr. Jose?
Professor.
Yes, good afternoon.
Yes.
Professor,
Yes.
good afternoon. I think that is much better in the office. The informal feedback focuses on strength because it's more appreciated for the teamwork.
Okay. Mr. Applicio, Rafael, Ida?
Doctor?
Yes, please.
Yes, Andrea. I think informal feedback focus on strengths.
Strength. Right.
Because you can have formal feedback too, but it takes a special space and time to make it. And informal feedback, you can give it anytime, like just a comment or just an opinion or an advice and always focusing on the positive. Maybe the person has a strength on something but is not fully using it, and you, by giving it feedback in like just an informal manner and an informal environment, it might push him or her to develop it and get out of his comfort zone.
Yes, very well said by all of you. So formal feedback again and informal feedback. So as all of you have said that formal feedback is a planned one. It is an intentional feedback. So we have to choose the right setting. We have to choose the right data. We have to do the right documentation. We have to stick to the preset time frame, and we need to set time specific goals. And these are the all essentials, all the key elements of effective formal feedback system. But when we talk about informal feedback, so it's spontaneous, right? It can occur at any time, at any location. It can be immediate, and it can immediately impact employees or your team members' day-to-day performance, because you are not waiting for that scheduled time, which could be maybe months, which could be a year or so on away from happening, right? So again, it's a two-way communication. So informal feedback focused on strength is the better way of sharing the feedback. Very well answered by all of you. So we are moving ahead quickly. Why do you think feedback is important? What is the importance of feedback for all of you?
To improve ourselves.
Yes, please.
Sometimes feedback is able to make you to know your weakness and strength, so that accordingly you can improve it.
Okay, very good. Promotes growth by knowing the strengths, how we can capitalize on our strengths, right? Then what else? Any other answers to the question?
Not only strength, so we should also know our weakness so that we can improve on that weakness.
We can improve on the
So
weaknesses.
strength can be capitalized, whereas the weakness can be improved through the feedback.
Yes, very good. Any other answers for the question?
To take timely, courage response for future decision making, or to do something in the future, I think.
Okay. Okay, any other answers? So now you have understood, you have given examples of informal feedback, strength-based feedback, and formal feedback, right? And why it is important to all of you. So moving ahead quickly, we'll be seeing what is strength versus formality when we are giving feedback. What is this matrix and how does it look like? So quickly coming to the matrix, strength versus formality matrix while giving a feedback. So again, you are seeing here on the x-axis, it is formal feedback, less towards high, and then there is strength, that is less towards high, right? So in the first quadrant, you will be seeing open communication where the formal feedback is lesser, but it is high on strength, right? So it is lesser in formality, but high on strength. So that is an open communication, as I have already told you when we were discussing informal communication, that it is basically a two-way communication. So the first quadrant is open communication, where formality is less, but the strength-based feedback is on the higher side. Second quadrant where both are high, the strength is also high, and the feedback is given in a highly formal manner. So it is basically talking about public appreciation, the rewards, the recognitions which we give to the team members, to the employees, right? So this is public appreciation, the second quadrant. Then the third quadrant talks about the feedback which is high on formality but less on strength, right? So it is openly critical. We can be openly critical where we are highly formal in our feedback, but we are towards the lesser side, focusing on the strength. The fourth quadrant is straightforward, where formality is also very less and the strength focused feedback is also towards the least side, right? So these are the four quadrants based on the kind of feedback which we are giving. Low on strength, high on strength, low on formality, and high on formality. So these are basically the four kinds of feedback which are based on strength and formality. So quickly, I'll take you to the question. Have you ever given or received a feedback that was high on formality and less on strength? Share your experience and the impact it had on you. So you all have to think of a feedback which you have given or you have received that was high on formality but less on strength. So how it has impacted you?
Professor, question, please.
Yes.
That less on strength means focus on weakness?
Yes. It is less on strength, yes.
Okay.
But highly in a formal setting. So have you ever given or received a feedback that was high on formality but less on strength, and what kind of impact it had on you? Yes, quickly. Ms. Thida, Andrea, Mr. Mohammed, Mr. Noah, anyone who would like to give the answer? Quickly.
Doctor,
yes.
I can share something, but it was not focused on weakness,
okay,
but more about opportunities.
Okay.
I'm from Peru, and I don't know how it is in India, but in my last workplace, they used to focus on the opportunities. Okay, you may not be as strong on this, but let's try to make it and focus on the opportunity. Learn something, learn a new thing, go take some courses about this so that you can accomplish your goals. So it was not like the openly critical, but more like an interview of giving advice and maybe resources to achieve the strength.
Okay, so what impact it had on you?
It made me realize that I had to get out of my comfort zone to go on and work on it. So I can change that weakness into opportunity and strength.
Okay, very good. Anyone else would like to give a try? We want participation from all of you. Your participation will be highly appreciated. If you wish, you can open up the cameras also, please. Anyone?
Yeah, may I?
Yes, please.
Yeah, talking about the formal feedback, generally for any organization has been employees, there is a performance appraisal. Actually, it could be annually, it could be half yearly, but there is a performance appraisal for the each employees. Through
Yes.
that, we can get the formal feedback.
Yes.
So somehow there is some section they mentioned that improvement section that gives that idea. So in which section you should improve. Through that, this is the personal experience that I'm getting this kind of formal feedback through the performance appraisal. And then second, how it impact, that means through that formal feedback, all of a sudden we cannot change our weakness, but gradually we can improve it, and we can compare with the upcoming performance appraisal. So this is my personal experience.
Very good example, Ms. Chaudhary has taken of the performance appraisal, which is highly formal in nature, and where you are weak in some few areas, they are also being mentioned so that you all can improve on. Very good.
I want to add one more thing, that if there is a certain review meeting, annual review meeting, certain staff, some employees can be rewarded. So that is also kind of the feedback, that positive feedback. That's why he's rewarded.
Yes.
So that is also the formal example of the formal feedback, which is nowadays very much applicable in our organization.
Yes, very well answered. Very well answered, Ms. Chaudhary. Anyone else would like to take up? Okay, so
Dr. Priyanka, can
yes,
we go for a
break?
Okay, let's finish it off in Ms. Divya, 2 minutes, and then they can have a break, and then Dr. Shikha can continue, right?
As soon as I enter, they know it's about a break.
Right. Okay.
Sure.
So just one last question to all of you, and then we'll take a break. So which type of feedback would positively impact your performance, A or B? So the A feedback says, such a lousy report, will you ever learn the skills of making a report? B says, the report which you made yesterday needs some more relevant data and formatting. Why don't you do it again? So according to you, which one is better? Yes, answers from the audience, please.
I think it's the second one.
Second one. Why? Why do you think that B is better than A?
Because first, this coming with a kind of respect to the person who is doing is, and give us more, let's say, opportunity to review the report.
Right.
Must be.
Very well answered, Mr. Victor. Very well answered. So we see here that B is better than A, right? So I think all of you are waiting for a break. So I think let's finish it off here so that Dr. Shikha can take the session ahead, sharing the STAR approach of taking the feedback. So thank you everyone for the lovely session. Your answers are highly appreciated. So thank you everyone. Please, you all can proceed ahead for a short break.
Thank you, Dr. Priyanka. We resume back in 5 minutes, Dr. Shikha.
Yeah, surely, Divya. We'll be starting after 5 minutes?
Yes.
Okay.
15-20. Welcome back, everyone. Dr. Shikha, are you here?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, okay.
Yeah, I'm just sharing my.
Mamta, Keen, yeah, I hope everyone is back. Just 5 minutes breaks are dangerous. You cannot go or you cannot come. So,
Ms. Divya, I hope this is visible. My PPT is visible.
yeah, it is. Please start.
Very good afternoon, everyone. I hope I am audible.
Yeah.
Okay, welcome back after the break. Just to give a brief introduction about myself, I'm Dr. Shikha Mishra, and I am your coach for taking the session of feedback ahead. So I have a very, very interesting method for you, and I'll just quickly take a brief wrap up of what all you learned about the art of giving feedback. Anyone would like to share? I hope the audience is with me. Am I audible, everyone? I want to hear a loud, yes. Then only I'm going to start the session. Am I audible?
Yes.
Yeah, only one person is saying
Yes.
yes. Okay, wonderful.
Yes, Doctor.
Yeah. Oh, that's
Yes.
really great. Yes, wonderful. Andrea, Mamta, right? Okay. So what did you learn from Dr. Priyanka's session? Anyone? A quick wrap up, and then I have something very, very interesting for you. And believe me, you will have less of foes and enemy and more of friends if you apply the method which I'm going to unwrap. Yeah. What were the learnings regarding feedback? Anyone? Andrea, would you like to contribute?
Yes, Doctor. We learned about giving feedback, focus on positive things, focus on strengths, like changing the pessimist view, maybe, to a more happy view or positive view. That's what I take from it.
Okay, wonderful. So having a positive way of tackling the feedback. Okay, one thing I want to ask all of you, right? What goes behind giving the feedback? Is there something which goes behind in the mind while we give the feedback? What is that something? And then there's a short exercise on that. I would like to take it ahead. While you give the feedback, whether in your personal or professional setup, what goes on in your mind? I mean, is there any psychology involved?
Yes, Doctor. There is a psychological event. That
Yes,
means
it is.
that
Yeah.
if you are thinking to give feedback for anyone, so first you think that how the person is going to react with you. So that kind of things before giving the feedback, and then that is the front person perspective. But beyond that, for what you are giving the feedback, for which reason, or for example, either you're giving the feedback of the existing service, whatever given by that particular front person, or you are the existing products. That's also going on the mind before giving the feedback.
Absolutely. Yeah. So what goes on in our mind has a great impact on the way we give the feedback, right? So see, it is about what words we choose, and words come from the mind, definitely. I hope everybody agrees with me with that. I hope everybody agrees with me. Okay, I'll go ahead. I have a small anecdote, right? And I want to focus on mind. So there was a story of two boys, and they were the best of friends, and they were playing on the thin ice together. Suddenly, what happened was one of the boys he drowned, right? And as a result of it, the other boy was very, very tense as to how to save him. So he tried and tried, but of no use. It was absolutely futile because he wanted and he put in all the efforts, but he was not able to save his best friend because there was a thin ice, and beyond this, below this thin ice, there was a flake. Right. So what he saw was he saw one of the trees, and what he did was he took away one of the trunk from the branches from the tree. Right. And then he started hitting the ice very, very badly. Right. I hope the audience is with me. A very interesting anecdote, right? And he started beating the ice and beating the ice, and eventually he was able to find this water and was able to save his best friend. Now the paramedical staff, they reached there and they said, my God, it was absolutely impossible to, in this jittery cold, how come you saved this, right? How come you saved your best friend? It was almost impossible. So there was an old man, he was standing, far behind and observing everything. He came forward and said, I'm going to tell you how he saved. He said there was no one here to tell him he can't do it. Right? What we do is half of the time, we act, we perform, right? We behave because others tell us to, right? Do you agree? Do you all agree? If others say, yeah, we are like a blender machine. If others say you can do it, we believe in it. And if others say, no, you can't do it, you will fail, right? Don't do this, right? We are completely dependent on their comment or feedback, right? So what goes behind the feedback, why do we give the feedback? Can anybody tell me? Why it is essential to give the feedback? I can't see other participants other than Mamta and Andrea participating. I want everybody to participate, please. Why is it necessary? Why do you give feedback in your personal or professional context? Anyone quickly? What is the need? You might, want the things to go on as they are. What is the need of giving the feedback? Yes, someone from the audience, please. See, if it's a monologue, I can finish off within 10 minutes, take the method and go away.
With the previous session, we just learned that why the feedback is necessary, either perceiving or either giving, The feedbacks, actually, we need the feedback to capitalize our strength, whereas, to improve our weakness sometimes.
Absolutely. We need to strengthen our strength. We have to improve on our weakness. In other words, if we talk in the professional context, you want excellent business performance, isn't it? Right? And we can have excellent business performance, or even on your personal fund, the art of feedback is important because it improves things, right? It definitely leads to a better performance in terms of, business output. And definitely as an individual, you can be a better person. That is why feedback at every point of time is necessary, right? So what happens is that you give the feedback so that the person perceives it in a positive manner, and eventually the person, has the best of methodology where he can apply, reinvent his or her methods, and then again expect a better performance in the previous one. So what goes behind in the mind is the mindset. I'm going to talk about mindset. Mindset is very important. See, when we give the feedback, don't you think it is necessary to receive it in a positive manner? If we are negative, what will happen? What are the repercussions? If we receive the feedback in a negative manner, what are the repercussions? What are the repercussions?
I mean, the person who receives the feedback focused on weakness will feel down, and maybe will not feel like he's doing things wrong. I mean, in at the end, maybe he's doing things wrong, but you have to tell or give the advice in a manner that is constructive.
Absolutely. We are definitely going to devise the best of methods, which I'm going to discuss, in the next few minutes. But one thing is that even if you discuss it with the best of methods, with the best of manner, it is a way how other person takes it, right? I hope you agree with it. It's a manner, your mindset, whether it is the person who's giving the feedback, whether it is the mindset of the person who's receiving the feedback, that is what matters most, right? So mindset, and we have to actually, unlearn things. We have to take it in a positive manner. There's one very wonderful theory in management, if you get time to read it. It's a Big Five theory of personality. In that, one of the dimensions is how much we are open to experience, right? So we give the feedback because we want improvement. So when you give the feedback in the organization settings, right? I hope the slide is visible. The next slide, Divya, psychological safety.
No, actually there is lot of text on it.
Okay, I'll just put it in the slideshow. Now you have
Yeah, then
it's better.
Yes, now
Okay, see, yes. So here I have this very wonderful, I was going through one of the articles and I found it yesterday only and I wanted to share with you. Now, these are 4 types of people, right, in the organization and they are in their own psychological safety. Now, we talk about feedback, we talk about the way of giving the feedback, but eventually I'm talking about the results. The results are the person should be better, a better person in terms of personal performance and even personally. So when you have to give feedback to either of the 4 types of people. Now, first category is they are very much in their comfort, right? They are in their psychological safety and they are open and collegial but not challenged. On teams, they fail to make major strides. They are in the comfort zone. Can anyone tell me who are such kind of people? Can anybody tell me about descriptive statistics about them? You must have seen around you. Mamta, would you like to give some feedback? Have you seen people in the comfortable zone around you? Yeah, she's actually looking across.
Yeah, right now I'm just thinking, is there anyone who is in comfort zone?
Yes. Okay. So if you see these kind of people, right, I'm sure you'll agree with me. They are the people who are least challenged. Whether you give them the feedback, you do not give them the feedback, they are least bothered, isn't it? Right? If you actually look around your professional context, the second type, they're very, very eager, right? They are in the learning zone. They collaborate, they learn, they get complex, if somebody else becomes more competitive and they believe in innovation. Have you seen these type of people around you? Comfort and the learning zone, right? And then comes the apathy zone. These kind of people, they show up at their work with their hearts and mind elsewhere, choosing self-protection over exertion. Now they are into apathetic zone. Their heart and minds are actually not there. And they are the people, they always use self-protection as an armor. Fourth type is anxiety zone. They are reluctant to offer ideas, right? They are reluctant to try new things, right? Because, they are the people who are very much in anxiety. So when you have to give feedback, either of the 4 category of people will be there, right? And in order to combat with the challenges of these 4 type of people, you have to learn the art of mindset, right? Your mindset has to be positive. Now, don't you think so? If you carry the perception with you that X is a person with a negative attitude, and then if you give the feedback to him, don't you think so? You will also be negative. You will be affected by the perception because others say it, right? Similarly, the person who's negative, and you start giving him feedback, it will be all feedback. So mindset is very important. Everybody has the paper. Switch on your cameras, everyone. Everybody has the paper. Okay, Divya, if you can ask everyone to please switch on the cameras, take a paper, and what you have to do is you have to draw these 4 squares, and you have to shade 1/4 of A, B, and C quadrant. The picture says it all. Everybody has to show whatever you've drawn in the cameras. Divya, I am not able to see participants because I am on the slideshow. You got to ensure everybody has switched on the camera. I hope it works.
Sorry, doctor, didn't get correct what you're trying to tell them. What is the question here? What we have to do?
What you have to do is, Mr. Victor, you have to take a piece of paper and you have to draw this, hand figure which is shown, and you have to shade 1/4 of A, B, and C. Leave D blank. I hope it is visible, Mr. Victor. The slides are visible.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, it's visible.
Wonderful, wonderful. Okay, how many have drawn quickly? I think it's not very, very complex. Now the next step says, shall I go ahead with the next step? Okay, Mr. Victor, are you through?
Yes, I understood that is to draw that. I have to draw in the paper, this one.
Yes, you have to draw it on a piece of paper and then you have to finally show me the results, right? So it has to be a good A4 size paper, right?
Alright.
Now what you have to do is step 1 says, divide the unshaded portion of only A into 2 equal identical parts. Divide the unshaded portion of A into 2 equal identical parts. Done?
Sorry, I could not get it, ma'am.
Divide the unshaded portion of A into 2 equal identical parts. Unshaded portion, can you see? There is this 1/4 which is shaded, right? And 3/4 which is unshaded. So that is what you have to divide it into 2 equal identical parts. I think with a sketch pen it will be better. Okay, I can't see your shaded portion. Have you shaded 1/4 of it? We have to be quick because time is less. First of all, you have to shade this 1/4 quadrant. Everybody has done this and leave only the line. It has to be completely unshaded.
Can you see mine?
Yeah, wonderful, Andrea, wonderful. Right. Now what you have to do is that divide the unshaded portion of A into 2 equal identical parts. Have you done that? And we have to do that.
Is it visible?
No. Okay, fine. Okay, the first step, everybody has second step, everybody has done. Divide the unshaded portion of A into 2 equal identical parts. Now divide the unshaded portion of B into 3 identical parts. And unshaded portion of C into 4 identical parts. 2, 3, 4. This is how it goes. Divide the unshaded portion of A into 2 identical parts. Divide the unshaded portion of B into 3 identical parts. And then divide the unshaded portion of C into 4 identical parts. 2, 3, 4. This is how it goes. A, B, C. Miss Divya, are you there? Miss Divya?
I think I'm having trouble in dividing C into four identical parts.
It's same to me. For
I
B,
have written it in the chat box. You can see. Divide A into 2 identical parts, 3 into 3 identical parts, B into 3 identical parts, and C into 4 identical parts. Are we all in? Okay, wonderful. Andrea, just show your modern art. Okay, fine. Right, I can see that. Good going. The best participant award goes to Andrea. Yeah, Victor, we are waiting for your drawing. 2, 3, and 4 identical parts, A, B, and C. Then I will tell you the last step. Be a little quick. Mamta, I'm waiting.
A I have done. B, it's getting confused how to do the equally 3 division.
Yeah, use all your brains, use all your mind. I hope it is clear. 2 identical parts A, 3 identical parts B, and 4 identical parts C. 2, 3, 4. Okay. Now the last step says divide D into 7 identical parts. 2, 3, 4, 7.
Divide D into 7 parts?
7 identical parts.
7.
Yeah. This is only a post-lunch, We have post-lunch here. I want all of you to be alert and wake up, right? Because it's a mind game.
You're playing with us, doctor.
Yeah. My job. I can't help it.
I only could design
Yeah, Mr.
Six.
Noah is also there.
Six
Are you
on
also
D
trying,
only.
Mr. Noah?
I only could divide 6 in 6 pieces, number D, the letter D.
No, 7. D is 7 identical parts. 2, 3, 4, and 7. Okay. Yes, okay, fine. This is the 7th one. I think if you can just, I think, outline it with a sketch pen, Mr. Noah, it will be much more better visible. 2, 3, 4, 7. So Mr. Noah was quick enough to show his picture. Andrea, where have you gone? I can't see you on the screen. Andrea is the best participant. Very quick participant as of now. Okay, this is the 7th one. Okay, this is the modern art which you applied. Okay, Noah, wonderful, wonderful. Right now, yes, Victor. Where is okay? Where is your D portion? Victor,
I'm
show
trying.
it again.
The D only, I found 6 pieces.
D has to be into 7 identical parts.
Yes,
Right?
I know it's 7.
Okay. Mamta, yours?
Is it visible?
Mamta, your screen is not very clearly visible.
Yeah, I don't know. It's that reflection is here.
Okay, Andrea, where is yours? Please switch on your camera quickly. We will go to the answer. What I want to talk about is a lesson on mindset. And mindset is a very, very important tool in feedback. Okay, the answer is the answer was very, very simple. The solution was not in the form of triangles. And what we did was, Noah, Andrea, I saw all of yours. We made the complex of, figures. Right?
A
And what
and B
we
is
did
okay.
was,
A and B is okay.
yeah, and
We
see,
did the
what,
same.
no, what I mean to say is, if you look the portion D only, it was not in the form of triangles, right? And what happened was, so anybody who can tell me what are the learnings from this particular exercise? How many enjoy this exercise? Honestly. Yeah, great.
We're storming our brain,
Yeah, I
I did.
wanted all of you to be alert. See, what happens is, this is what happens in our life. We don't take situations in a very, very fresh manner. What we do is we have our perspectives, we have our mindset, which goes on beyond our mind, right? We don't clear them all, right? So this is what I wanted to convey. Dr. Priyanka told you about the importance of feedback. That is essential in our daily lives, right? But we have to give it with a very, very clear mindset. And with this, I will go ahead. Hope you all enjoyed this exercise. And experience is an important part of our life. It should be a guiding factor, but not a regulating factor. You have to look at each situation and each evaluation in a fresh of manner. Right? What happened was, we thought that we are using the most complex of methods to shade the unshaded portion of ABC. So similarly, we applied for the D portion, right? And the answer for D was a simple straight lines, which did not come to our mind, right? Now, can anybody tell me why it did not come to our mind?
We are in habit of thinking, something complex, rather than to go the easy way. If
Absolutely.
people tell you to think something, then you go more complex and complex. We forgot the easy one, So you do simply the straight one that will be divided in the 7.
Yes. Noah, I hope you got the message. You use all the modern technology, for the shading the portion, right? So what we do is, sometimes the solution is very, very simple. What we do is, we have complexity in our mind. As a result, the feedback which we give and which we receive, it gets complex in our mind. We have a lot of inhibitions, we have a lot of perceptions. So we have to clear our mindset, work with a fresh perspective, and then go ahead with the art of giving feedback. I hope the entire audience is with me and you agree with me. Yes?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. So now let us move ahead with giving feedback. And with this note, with a fresh perspective, with a clear mindset, I want to take ahead, again, the feedback, the art of giving feedback continues. Now, how it can be replaced? Can anybody tell me? You are missing deadlines. Let's take one simple example. You seemed annoyed in the meeting yesterday. It made reaching a decision very difficult. How can you replace it in a different manner? And then I'll tell you one very best method of art of giving feedback. How you can tell it in some other manner. Can anybody give a try? The second scenario. You seemed very, very annoyed in the meeting yesterday. It made reaching a decision very difficult. This is, you're giving the feedback. How it could be replaced with better words. Yeah, Mr. Noah, can you speak up on this?
For number one, you are missing.
For number two,
number two.
Yeah.
You see me the annoying in the meeting yesterday and made reaching a decision very difficult.
Yeah.
I didn't understand well what is needed to be done.
Okay. So how would you frame it? Will you be using the word annoyed in the meeting yesterday?
I didn't understand very well what is needed to be done here in number two. Could you please explain?
I think it's the question. You're talking about the question. Well, what was the question?
You seem to see, you have to frame it in a different manner, right? The feedback says it's a direct speech. You seemed annoyed in the meeting yesterday, made reaching a decision very difficult. You think it's a good way of giving feedback? How you can replace it with some other words?
Yeah, just to replace this sentence in your perspective, how you are going to relay the same message in different way.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I'm just telling to Mr. Noah. He's asking that I could not understand what to do. That's why I'm explaining. I'm sorry, ma'am.
You seemed annoyed in the meeting yesterday, made reaching a decision very difficult. How can you use it? Say it in some other manner.
You see me meeting yesterday. I don't have idea right now, so I need to think. I don't have idea right now.
Okay, Mamta, you want to give a try? Yeah.
Sorry, yes, I'm just trying.
Yeah.
That means rather than to say that you seemed annoyed in the meeting yesterday, let's write like this: that I think the yesterday meeting was too boring. Why not we just make it some that means in these it's so that enjoy. I mean that entertaining, so that it can reach our decision in very smart way. Like this, you are informing that guy that yesterday meeting was boring. We know that that particular participant was boring, but not only noticing her, just let's start in big way that I think the yesterday meeting was so boring. Let's make it some entertainment way so that it can make it, the decision can be better, and like this in positive way we can, telling or motivating that participant that, yeah, it was annoying like this.
Yeah, okay, you're affirming. You need to say affirmations. You need to use affirmations. Okay, wonderful. So we will go ahead with again the art of giving feedback. I'll just put on the slide. Okay, before coming on to this method, I'll quickly give you a wrap up. Just a 5-minute wrap up of various, types of feedback which we use in our common life, and then we have something to unwrap with our method. Right, this is what we normally do. This is the classic sandwich, and I'll take you through 5 minutes maximum. I'll take you through all these methods. The classic sandwich is that it is basically you do the wrapping. First, you talk about strength, and then you give the feedback, and then you again close it with the strength. Right? This is not what we all do. The classic sandwich method. Right? We talk about positive, right, or something strength-focused conversation. Then we give the main, what do you call, the entire barging, right? We shout at people, and then again we close it. Yeah, you are a good person. You are a wonderful person. Take care of that, right? Don't you have this normally? What we do? What are the disadvantages of this kind of method? Can anybody tell me? You talk about
Maybe
positive, you give the beating, and then again you close with positive. Yeah.
maybe that at the end the person might take the last message and not the feedback that is in the middle.
Absolutely. Again, recency effect can be one. For example, some people are lost in their own world. You talk about their strength, you are too good, they are related, right? Then you talk about, give them the beating, and then again you close and you talk about something positive. They will say, oh, I'm a wonderful person, I'm a bland person. In the end, the boss says you're a bland person, right? They will not hear about the negative, and selective perception is what Andrea is talking about, right? I hope everyone agrees with me. Selective perception is, you want to listen, you will hear what you want to listen, right? So nobody is focusing on the negative, and it can be other way around also. There are few people who will be very fearful. Oh my God, what do you call, the big cake will be coming. For example, your boss says, oh, very good morning. You are a great planner indeed, right? So you will have no reaction, and you will say, okay, you're just waiting, for the rains to shower, right? And when he gives you a good part, and then he again close it with the positive, you will own, your eyes and ears are only on those negative parts, right? So you might again be taking in return negative manner. So I think this is a classic sandwich which we go around, everybody around. We mince with words, right? Don't we use this classic sandwich, right? If you want to say anything to your family member, if you shout at them, apply this method, right? Or on the other hand, if you say something, you are a wonderful cook, please do this, you did this very bad. And then again, you say that you plan very nicely. So you will see the results, right? Some people will become very, very, used to it. Oh my God. I just, they can't wait, to hear that negative. And, they are not even, thoughtful of positive you're talking about it. And they become negative. So I am talking about, this is one of the methods which you use. Now, the second one is open face sandwich. What does it depict? Can anybody give a try? Open face sandwich, I told you exactly 5 to 6 minutes, and then I'm going to come on the star method. Now, in this, it is the negative, and then you wrap it up with the positive. Feedback, and then strength over closure of the feedback. Open sandwich, right? Right? Don't we use this? We shout at people, and then we see them shivering, and then looking with anxiously with us. We close it with a strength focus. Oh, you are too good, right? No, doesn't it happen? Noah, Andrea, I think 3 people I can see on the screen. So, you are the victim of the day. So, Mamta, what's your take on it? Don't we do this? We shout at people, we give them the feedback, you're too bad at the meeting. And then we close it with a strength focus, right? So, this
it happens all time in working place, it happens sometime. And then after seeing the face of the front person to whom you are giving the feedback, we again revert back and then, okay, no worries. Good.
Exactly. So what do you think is the advantage or disadvantage of this method? Is this method fruitful?
I think this kind of feedback is giving mixed messages. Like you are saying one thing and then you're saying another thing.
Okay, and yes, and you first shout at the person and then you do the pampering, so the message gets lost. She's true, very right? So this is the other method. Third, if you look at paleo diet. Now, what does paleo? It's upfront. Shout at the person, bang the person, right? And throw the person out of the office. You did this, so you're suspended, right? So everybody knows the positive and negative of this type of feedback. Now, with what kind of person it happens? People who are not able to control their emotions. You talked about emotion and self yesterday. So the people who cannot control their emotion, don't you think that they use this paleo diet upfront? They will not use any of the best of words, right? They will just give you the feedback. The moment you enter the office premises, right? The boss is going to say, oh, you did this badly. It's better you are out of this project, right? So upfront feedback again has its own positive and negative. So this is also paleo type, which we use. Now the unconditional round, right? This is again a very sophisticated way of again positive, smiling, then howling, and then again smiling. I'll show you how. Right? Strength, you give the feedback. Classic, if you look at unconditional run, this is how it works. And then you give the strength, and then you give the feedback, and then you give the strength. So it is a multi-layered, you can see, right? It is different from a classic sandwich. Classic sandwich, positive, beating, and then again the positive. right? It has got a lot of wraps, and see the wraps: positive, feedback, again positive, feedback, and again positive. So it is a much more complex method. Sometimes you get lost. Oh my God, what does the person want to say? Whether I am bad or good, right? So these are a few of the methods which you use. Now I will be talking about one of the best methods, and believe me, if you use it in the organization, first of all, the attrition rate will be less, right? And what is this STAR method? If you look at, everybody can see this? How many can see the STAR?
It's visible.
I can.
Okay, it's a wonderful method, and please pay attention on this method. The other methods I was telling you that this we normally use. This is one which is our research says that this is one of the best used methods of feedback. Now it talks about basically situation or task, action, and result, right? And we have a quick, an explanation of how to use this method. I hope the audience is with me. Are we on the same page?
Yes, doctor.
Yes. Only one yes I could hear. I hear a loud yes. Please give me the
Yes.
feedback. Yeah.
Yes, doctor.
Wonderful, wonderful. Okay. Okay. So this is an wonderful method. It talks about focusing on the situation, what action the person should have taken, and what are the results. I will give you a few examples, and then this is how I take it ahead. Now, if you look at, you have to acknowledge the situation, first of all. Very, very important. First step, you have to first acknowledge the situation. It is not talking about positives or negatives. It's not talking about the mood swings of a person as we have in paleo diet, upfront feedback. It is talking about management research-based best of methods of giving the feedback. You acknowledge the situation, you identify the action. Now, what mistake we do is that whenever we talk about STAR method, right, we talk about STAR method, what we do is that we focus on where the problem is, right? So we focus on where the problem is. So in the process of doing so, what we do, that, we only focus what is needed. Otherwise, if you use a paleo diet, for example, you talk about everything else other than the problem, right? And, you have come across few individuals who talk about the past mistakes. They will not talk about the issue at large, which is you are currently facing. They will talk about you did this last year, right? You did that. So what is the disadvantage of that? Can anyone tell me? What is the disadvantage of that? That there are few people who want to go in the past, while giving the feedback. Oh, you took almost 10 days leave while you were admitting your daughter to Canada College, right? And you left the task incomplete, and that was in last financial year. But your boss, your colleague is actually reminding you the current time, right? Have you come across few people who talks about past? Yes or no? Right? So STAR method says be very specific. You have to acknowledge the situation, you have to identify the action, and then you have to praise the results, right? So this method, so here we go, right? Now, you can see this is a STAR way of giving the feedback. Please pay attention, and you can please read across. Can anybody read across this slide? It will be better. It will get much better insights. Yeah. Anyone read this slide? Mamta, can you do that? I can't hear you. You're muted, I suppose.
Yes, I can. Lori.
Yeah.
So you want to read me, no?
Yeah.
Okay. Is this audible now?
This, yeah.
Fine? Yeah.
Yeah. Better.
Hi, Harris. The other day, when things went wrong in the software program, you did not panic. Instead, you kept a calm head and focused on finding a solution along with your team.
Mamta, one second. I would like to take a pause. Now, can you see this? You are acknowledging
Yes,
the
yes.
situation, the
Yeah.
first step. Right,
Yeah.
Victor, you agree with it, right? We are acknowledging the situation. The other day, when things went wrong in the software program, you didn't panic. Instead, you kept a calm head and focused on finding a solution along with your team.
Yeah.
I hope the first step gets clear. Okay,
Yeah.
now please go ahead.
You remain patient and eventually determined what the cause for the error in the software was. team members were inspired by
Yeah,
your...
just take a pause, just take a pause.
Yes, yeah.
If you look at it, the second step, you are identifying the action. And what is the action? Right? You're giving the feedback, right? You
Yes.
remain patient and eventually determine what the cause for the error in the software was, right? And then if you look at it, you're identifying the action, and then comes the third part, praising
Yes.
the results.
Yes.
Yeah, you can go ahead.
Team members were inspired by your composure and focus, and that helped us to solve the problem more quickly. This is, the praising part, no?
Absolutely. See, if when we looked at the other methods which we commonly use, right? We talk about positive, we talk about negative, we talk about different types of, sandwiches methods, which I told you. Actually, what is the biggest drawback to all this method, and what's the strength of the STAR method is, right? There's little construction voice going on, right? So what happens is, with those methods, you are not talking about the situation in hand, right? Maybe if I was bad at IT skills, you are talking about my good communication skills, right? You are not talking about the problem in hand. But the best part of the STAR method is you talk about the situation, right? You acknowledge the situation, that yes, without any mincing of words, you tell what was exactly the situation. The other day when things went wrong, you didn't panic, right? Instead, and you kept a calm head, right? And if identifying the action, then things went wrong in the software program, was acknowledging the situation, right? And then what was your action? Right? You kept a calm head. That is a positive, and focus on finding a solution. And then what was the result? Finally, the result, you remain patient, and then team members were inspired by your composure. So don't you think so? It's a very specific feedback, right? STAR method. And if we keep on applying, see, this was something which was positive situation, right? That when things went up, you were able to control the situation by your confidence, right? So this was a positive feedback. Even if you want to give a negative, the person which is less on strength feedback, you can use this, right? Why? Because you are first of all acknowledging about the situation, then you are identifying the action, and then you are praising the results. So if in the less strength focus, if we take this, you will identify the action, you will not praise the results, you will tell that what consequences you could have faced if you would have used the situation, right? Let's go ahead. Now, this was high strength STAR feedback.
Andrea is raising her hand. I think she wants to say something.
Please go ahead, Andrea.
Yeah, thanks, Mamta. Yes, I was. This example is from a good, like a recognition. What about when someone does something wrong and
This is the next slide which I'm going to tell you, Andrea. Low strength based feedback using STAR. How can you do that, right? So are you with me?
Yes, Professor.
Yeah. So in this, let's come across the situation. You are the client relation manager of a marketing company. Arun is a new employee in your team, and he was assigned a proposal for a leading client, right? I hope everybody can see this slide. You had sent in some suggestions and changes in the proposal. However, Arun did not make any changes and did not send you an appropriate proposal, right? Can you see the situation? He's a new employee. He was assigned a proposal for a leading client. He was asked to make certain suggestions and changes, but he did not do this. So, Andrea, this is low on strength where the person did the mistake, right? I hope you're with me.
Yes.
Yeah, therefore, you could not accept the proposal, and eventually you had to make the proposal on your own with another team member. This is a situation, right? You want to carry a session of giving feedback to others. Now, here you can see that in the previous situation, which I told you, there was this problem in the software where an employee was able to solve with his components, right? He was calm, he was, cool-headed, and as a result, he was able to inspire the team. I hope you can see the difference between the first situation and the second situation. Yes? Give me a thumbs up if you agree. First situation was positively solved, right? In the second situation, when we are talking, Arun did not send his suggestions and changes for the proposal on time. So you could not accept the proposal, and eventually as a boss, you have to make the proposal on your own. This is the scenario, right? So how will you use the STAR method? Shall we go ahead? I hope the situation is clear to everyone.
Yes, Professor.
Yes, Professor.
Here again, acknowledging the situation, identifying the areas and highlighting the areas of improvement. right? Now you can see how we can give the feedback, right? This is regarding the proposal I had sent you last week. When I shared the proposal with correction and some queries, there was no revert from your end. Hence, I could not accept the proposal. Can you see acknowledging the situation? Everyone?
Yes, yes, yes.
Right? You have acknowledged the situation. You're very specific. I shared the proposal with corrections and some queries, and there was no revert from your end, and I could not accept the proposal.
Yeah.
Right? This is acknowledging the situation. This is
Yes,
the
yes.
situation on which you have to show your, give your feedback, and then second point. After this comes the acknowledging the situation comes the action. Right? If you had displayed proactiveness and ownership, then we would have closed the loop for the proposal before the deadline. Identify the action which the person did not take it in the timely manner. I hope Andrea and the others are able to relate what I'm trying to say.
Yes.
Right? Whether in the STAR method, whether it is high strength based or low strength based, we are using the method in both the cases. First step is you want to acknowledge the situation. Second is you have to identify the action. In the first scenario which I told you, the action taken by the employee was positive. He was quite calm. He was quite, composed, and as a result, he solved the situation. In the second scenario, he did not close. He was not proactive enough to send the proposal on time. This was also focused. The second paragraph, if you see, if you had displayed proactiveness ownership, we would have closed the loop for the proposal well before the deadline, right? And then finally, it is in the STAR method. What's the final step? Result, right?
Great, yeah.
You have to acknowledge the task of the situation. You have to describe the action taken by the incumbent, right? And then finally, what is the result? Your proactiveness and ownership about work in hand is expected in future. I'm sure that will help you to get the work done. He is warning him that if you are proactive, if you will do, if you will take the ownership of your work, definitely, you will have better results. Right? I hope everybody is with me. Andrea, still your hand is, raised. I hope the query is solved.
Yes, Professor. Thanks.
I can't hear you,
I
Andrea.
noticed it before.
Yeah.
Yes, I think also it's very important the way you say it. Like here in the last part, it says your proactiveness and ownership about work at hand is expected in future. Instead of like, I expect you to be proactive and ownership. It's not because it's not personal, right?
Absolutely. Yeah. So see, Andrea, it is not about the choice of words. We have to be very clear in our mind that that's what I'm saying. I talked about mindset. I talked about psychology. Why do we have so many problems nowadays in terms of conflict or middle-level management, right? Categorically, it's the top management who's making the strategy. It's the frontline executive who's finally, breaking the ice, by interacting with the customers. It's a middle level of management which is important, right? And here, what the art of feedback is very, very important, because you are carrying the message from the top management to the lower echelons of management, right? It is not about the choice of words. It's about to be specific. What all we do is we carry a lot of baggage, right? I hope you would have seen that experiment that, we talk about glass half filled or half full, right? Even if you keep on carrying a glass which is half full, after 1 hour, imagine for 1 hour you're carrying a glass which is half full. What will happen after that? What will be the result if you keep on carrying a glass which is half full? What will be the consequences? Anyone? I want a participative audience, please. If you keep on carrying a glass which is half full, what will happen? I can't hear. Or what will be the consequence? Your hand will start aching, right? That means don't carry the baggage of preconceived notions before giving the feedback. Have a clear mindset. That's what I started with. And then be specific using the STAR. Right? Don't use all the classic sandwiches, talking, I was bad at IT skills. You talked about, oh, you are excellent at, expressing yourself. That doesn't make sense. You are not talking about the situation in hand. And people will think that you are only polishing things, right? If you use the STAR method, your effectiveness as a leader, it emerges out. And you are able to bring out the best in the people. Why? Because even if the person, if it is high on strength or low on strength, doesn't matter. Our first step is you are acknowledging the situation, describe the situation at large without your influence. What exactly happened? Then you can focus on what was the action taken by the person, right? High on strength or low on strength, doesn't matter. Then finally, if you talk about, when you talk about specific task, action, and then results, right? If the results, again, for example, what normally people do is, oh, if you don't do this, you will lose your job. I will not promote you, right? You have to have a bigger picture in your mind. I hope everybody is agreeing with it, on the same page. Yes or no? See, the energy
Yes,
of the
doctor.
coach also is related. The class is where you take it, right? The session is where you take it, right? So I hope everyone is on the same page. So finally, when you're talking about, actions, right? Then finally you have to close it with the result. You don't have to threaten people. Oh, see me after this financial year gets over, right? I will take away all your roles and responsibilities. No, you have to talk about result. As it is shown, your proactiveness and ownership about work at hand is expected in future. That means what can be the good results if you show proactiveness. You have to focus on that, right? If the person is, low on strength. If the person is high on strength, we did it this way, right? Can you see this? Congratulations. We are all very proud of you, right? You can use this only on high on strength. If the person has done something good, please don't use it when somebody makes a mistake, right? Don't say we are all proud of you. Don't mistake it. You have to highlight the areas of improvement, then you have to talk about results. Don't threaten them. You keep it specific. Your proactiveness will be appreciated in the future. This is what the results you're going to achieve. Everybody agrees with the STAR method? Yes, no, none of the above. Everybody is waiting for me to go.
Dr. Shikha, can we wrap up the day? It's already a little late.
Oh, absolutely. Now see, finally, I hope there is no doubt about using a STAR-based feedback. I can see a big grin on Mamta's face. Maybe she's smiling and going away, or she's understood STAR method. What is the real scenario? Mamta?
Yeah, you're right. Yes. It's very
Yeah,
good,
you have
no?
to
Yes.
acknowledge the situation.
Yeah. Identifying then action, then after praising the way we praise is the mindset, it should be broad one rather than to the
Okay, and the biggest advantage is we can develop specifics in our organization.
yes,
culture.
you should be very specific while giving the feedback,
Absolutely. Now, as a result of this, there are certain do's and don'ts, right? We have to follow in developing a good feedback culture. Now, can we have first top 3 pointers how we can develop a very positive feedback culture in our organization? What are the modus operandi you're going to follow? What are the do's? What you will start doing and what will continue doing in order to develop a good feedback culture? And can I quickly wrap up, Divya? Just give me 2 minutes more. Yeah. How can we develop a good feedback culture? Your take on it. Now it's your turn, the audience. You have to speak up. Can we be a little quick?
We can develop the feedback culture, that you mentioned in a STAR model, very specific. We know that every people have a quality. Every people have some specific quality. You cannot generalize to him that by giving the feedback of the overall character. So you should be very specific so that that person can improve that particular quality only, that particular weakness. Now, what we say that if one's mistake done by one person, we generalize and you just give the feedback, oh, this product or this product is not very good. But why this product is not good? Which feature is not good? We should be very specific. So I think we can develop this kind of feedback also in our organization also.
Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful feedback, Mamta. And I think that shows that you clearly understood the STAR method. So acknowledge the situation, action taken by the person, talk about the results, have a positive mindset, and everything emancipates from mindset and perception, right? Don't carry wrong perception about people. Don't carry the story which we heard, that people say you can't do it, so you can't do it, right? People say this is a hard nut to crack, so you start giving negative feedback. No. Right? We have to clear our mindset, We have to be positive. And the exercise which we all did, I hope you all can relate with it. Don't take every situation as a complex situation, right? Take it as a challenge, take it as a clear situation. And with this note, we are ending with the STAR method again. That specifics is, you got to acknowledging the situation is, you have got the best of opportunity to learn from this program which AITD has developed. Right? Action taken is that the people who are giving the feedback and who are interacting, you are positively interacting, and result will be it will take you places in future in terms of your professional development. With this note, I take a leave. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Shikha, for such a wonderful session and the sandwich method and everything. I'm sure they all are engrossed. And this would be perfect time for me to get your feedback. So I'm sharing the link. Do fill it. Give your responses. And another thing, those who haven't filled the sheet for HR marketing and strategy, fill it so that we can evaluate and support you in this journey. Okay, that's it from my time. I won't take more of your time. Have a great day. We connect tomorrow at 11 a.m. Bye. Have a nice.
Bye bye.
Thank you.